Where we are currently is in a interesting range because it doesn't have a middle.
If you don't mind me asking, how do we develop a range with no middle?
Well, basically it has it goes from basically the upper half into the lower half. I didn't really identify a middle area where it liked to trade. It was pretty much just from the red zone straight to the green zone, and it was like a halfway point marks the middle, almost. A strange range, almost.
Okay.
Yeah, when we used it, it was really choppy there, and you know, it was more like you know, like like very like confined shop.
Very condensed.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
What's interesting to me is that all the way at the top of the chart, there is a blue and white line, and that's like something that's never been tested from the report. So I do like that ultimately. Beautiful movement on the trend break there. Basically, it came back to retest and continue beyond the trend break. It's fighting to get up off that range. We have to be aware of it testing the highs of the nodes as it passes them. This could end up well being a B point in the future. Um, we have to be aware of the heavy retracements back down to the point the trend broke as well. It could be on the table. It's like it's stepping on top of the node right now. It's funny because it went sideways, down, and then up to come back and test. That's technically what pattern we have going on right now around this node. The sideways was responsible in large part for this node, and then the spikes out of the bottom and top are roughly a little bit less volume than the initial sideways movement.
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey, morning.
Morning, brother.
How you doing?
Good, good. You?
Oh, not too bad. Gotta go shovel here soon, man.
The snow? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, a few storefronts. So
Oh, I thought you. Okay, interesting.
no, if it was my
You'll
own,
feel that.
I
Uh,
wouldn't do it.
yeah, yeah. You know, that's how I am.
People's walkways,
I can
they can't do it.
I can seem like I'm not home very easily.
Fall in.
No, but no, some kid does it for me. Same, um,
Send them over.
he does the lawn too.
Wait, I'm having one of those in August. I'll have to start training them.
Yeah, it's like a little inverse Head and Shoulders try to play out there almost. Looking pretty good. Grinding this top part right here reminds me of what it's like to work our way through a green zone. The inverse Head and Shoulders basically could threaten the people of the right shoulder. Not to say anybody should be in there from there, but basically it could work on it being part of this right shoulder even more. It didn't match the left shoulder's low. And what's interesting about that left shoulder's low is it's close to the 61. So I'm curious about that. It means no stops are safe above that 61.
Oh, I also see the that fib channel that I had from what beginning of last week. We're
Mm-hmm.
hitting a zero right now.
Hitting the 0 from a fib channel right now, eh?
I'll post it.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
There you go. That's the 4 hour. It's in the exclusive corner.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Got a couple VWAPs about, I want to say like 60 points up.
So, oh, so it's the bottom of that. Okay, that's interesting. You've got it going on like that, the very, very, very low of that channel. Huh.
Yeah, I haven't moved these whatsoever.
Doesn't really change the fact that that 61 is near that left shoulder low and basically no stops are safe above it. We've left little B points up in here that it's ironically interested in getting. See that small little movement, interested in getting that. And then small short-term P points right down below. You want to know what it just did right there? It went M into W and then hit this one and then grabbed that one. It just did that all in here. Most people wouldn't recognize that, but that's what the market spent the time doing, effectively fulfilling all of these targets while it spent its time maneuvering in that range. Which is good because if you understand that process, then you would let it finish, knowing that when it's done, it could create something else, and it's done right now. And most people just see this as the end of the or just see this as a raw consolidation. I see it as the end of it. It's interesting that we have a little B point in there too. It managed to get it all the way, not quite. There's a little bit that it missed, which I find really interesting on how we've managed to do that on so many B points lately, where there's just that little bit missing. And when we get that M into W, it can create that kind of like, you know, triangular look where, you know, that can rival the end of this consolidation. So trends can be readjusted, of course. It'll be the first if we don't come back to the point that we literally broke the trend. And honestly, there's more saying that it actually wants to change than to do the same thing that it's been doing. And what it's been doing is coming back to this specific point. So that's the point at which it broke the last trend. I'm also curious about the fact that we have a node here and it spiked out of the top a specific amount. Spike it at the bottom could be viewed as sideways up then down. You know, it's funny because we started with sideways down and then up and met back in the middle. Now, since we've done that, we went sideways up and then down, which is exactly the opposite pattern to what we did here. It's like the larger version happened first and the smaller one second. We're approaching that left shoulder low level. Where we had that left shoulder. Obviously it's like it was positioning for a nice inverse head and shoulders and never ended up making the right shoulder. Now here we are, having come back to that spot. And it's a really weird way to make 3 highs and 3 lows because it has this low, and this low. And before it made that, it made this high, and this high. And I am curious to see where the 61 does line up finally, because it is very close. And it's still left shoulder low level, which is kind of interesting because regardless of where it was here, the left shoulder low seemingly is aligning with the 61. And it's at the low of the node there too, so all things that are interesting in the environment. We've managed to make the spike even on the bottom now, and it's looking like it's coming back into the range. This is the POC of the range right here. So when it meets that, it kind of feels it. And that POC is sitting at the 41. Goal is try and get on top of it. The 61 hasn't hit yet, which is kind of interesting that, you know, it gravitated towards it, but only wicks and spikes could stretch towards it, and it really didn't end up getting to it at all. So it's like, it's good to take note of that, because if we're going to get more 61s acting like that, it's good to keep in mind that if we're getting wicks and spikes close to that 61, it might treat it just like this on the bigger picture as well. On top of the POC there, looking good. Testing it from above could be on the table. Of course, no stops are safe above it. If no stops are safe above the 61, certainly no stops are safe above here. Beautiful. Trend break. Allow for retest. You know what we could be making is something that looks like this, that leaves in a big push. This could be the first kind of movement that we get like that. Kind of like what happened here. You see how it had this, and then it had that, and then it exploded out the top? It's like, I'm not making it up. It did do that. If we look at the beginning of the day, you know, I can see it everywhere now that I look. I'm like, here, led to a breakout. And it's almost like this happened in reverse here. 1, and then 2, and then down. You see that? Very similar. So it's only happening at the most important times. And it's like, just because it's not on Google doesn't mean we shouldn't respect it or understand it, because it is a very simple pattern and it does have a very profound impact. So I'm like, I'm feeling it. I'm gonna look for it more. I see it started many trends in the past. I'm like, all right, we can readjust this trend from the low like that. That's our new support line. Till it breaks, we're in an uptrend.
So you could clone that support line and make it tail.
On the top, yeah. I see that top channel line. It's always a nice blue line. I was like, if we get on top of that line, which I think honestly we're going to try to, it has the audacity to try and get on top of a steep line like that. Because it's steep. I'm like, what are you trying to do? Stay on top of a line that's steep? I'm like, yeah, good luck with that. It'll definitely come back to it from the other side. And I mean, it's like the I don't know what to call it, but it's related to this one. It's like the subordinate almost, because it's smaller and steeper. This one's longer and it doesn't have as much steepness, and it's older, and it involves a bigger move getting back to it straight up than that other blue one will ever have, I think. So I'm like, that's another thing. If anybody doesn't know about that giant blue and white line at the top of the chart there, those two lows from 713 and 811 could be connected to make a mighty fine blue line. Mighty fine blue line. All right. Been hanging out with too many Americans. See, this is when I've taken off enough profit to secure a break time. Nice reset of the mind and the coffee filled up. That blue line though, every moment that we're not getting to it, it's getting farther away. And what that means is all the more likely to come back to it in the event that we get on top of it. It's a contingency line though, of course. That blue line on the high, like not the blue and white one, but the blue one, that is that's a line where only in the event that we get on top of it is it good to trade back to. Only in the event that we get on top of that blue line does it provide a trade, but it provides a trade where I think it's a very high probability trade. Now, if it doesn't give the contingency where it gets on top of that line, well, we can't ever trade back to it, so it's no good. But in the event that it does, it's something to wait for, something to watch for, something to monitor. That's the way I look at it. Because I don't care how much it gets above that line. If it gets, the farther it gets above that line, the better, because the more it's got to come back to it. And I'm like, I'm totally fine with that. So I'm just going to take these fibs off. And okay, let's take note of that. It did not get to that 61, right? Alright, we're just going to take note of that. So wait a second. That means it's closer to a 50. Do you want to know what that means? Is this a 52? If it is, it's so bullish. Oh my god. The 50 and a 50. Like I said yesterday. Like I said, oh, it's not a 50. Interesting. Okay, this is new then. It's not something we've seen before. 100%. Not in the past 3 days. But from my recollection, every single time it makes a low, I'm aware of every single retracement that it's made in the past few lows, and it's never done what it's doing right now, so it's interesting. It's a form of doing this, and I tell you one thing, you want to know when it first started? It was a 50, like that, and then it came up and did another 50, like a 50 of the whole move. So it was a 50 of this move, and then a 50 of the whole move. And then it absolutely exploded, so I'm kind of curious about that. Now, of course, it's not the same. It's not a 50 yet, I guess. But it's true that the smaller version played out exactly as it should. Like, this is a bullish pattern. It involves the majority of the pattern going down. Just like this is a bearish pattern, and it has the majority of the pattern going up. But it comes back down to the equilibrium. Sometimes it can go through it, but generally it does, but when it's asking for it to go down even more on a downwards move, that's not an effective continuation pattern. Well, here or there, like you could, like it did happen here, and it freaking went down pretty hard. So that's true. But at the end of the day, this pattern was what happened next, and it was exactly the opposite. Like you can see that this one popped up first and then had a large move down, resulting in the entire pattern being under the price and us standing on top of the flat part now. And then, this one, it basically had a jab at the flat part again. But you know what happens every time we make that flat part? It creates this node. Like you can see where it first started to go flat, and that flatness is represented by a little bit more volume because it spent more time there. And think about it, when it's in the spike, it kind of spreads the volume across that whole spike, so it's not as concentrated as the flat part. So that's to be expected that the volume profile will look like this. And do you see how we came back down and stepped on that flat part? Now, that's the way it's decided to be. And then funny enough, that happened again, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. Whoops, I didn't mean to take it twice. Mind-blowing to me because I was just explaining how it happened in reverse, and yes, it did, but it also happened again, which is kind of strange. And what happened again was the exact movement. Like it took the exact same time from it to get from this point here to this point here. Like from that point there to that point there. It took that much time to do that. And it was separated by all this movement each time, which is remarkable in my opinion. That it spends the exact same amount of time making the confinement area exactly the same way. Now this looks like more like a 50. But what's funny is it's not a 50 of this last move that we're looking for, it's a 50 of the entire move, which would just be a tad lower. And it does put a little bit of stress on the downtrend, that's for sure, with the most recent one having broken. It's good for retesting, but that's about it. And that's what it's doing. So, that's fine. Of course, it has left an untested B point up here. And that's it. And it's like, wow, look at how the people of the last trend break right there, right? Like, look at how they came right back to where that trend broke. So unforgiving. They're like, unless you're in from here or you're in from lower, then you're no good. But everybody else gets taken out. And I'm like, well, all of the people that weren't here or lower were people that chased this huge run. And that's why I say buying at the highs of green candles is insane. Especially, well, it might change, but right now, I mean, I wouldn't test it. And it's like, what happened at the bottom of the green candle? It becomes that question because there was a bottom of the green candle, and I mean, is it so hard? Like, is it so neglected that we don't even think it's possible to catch it? I'm like, no, 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 no. Let's study them. Become a specialist in them. Like that's what I say. And don't take any action until you're absolutely confident that your actions are going to give you the results that you demand, right? So that's the key. And like obviously this move right here, it is one that's right from the middle. Do you see how quickly it was stolen back up though? That's really interesting to me. Um, why isn't the next trend retesting as well? It's interesting to me that literally every single one of these trends, like where's this retest? Did it ever retest? It didn't retest this line. You see that? Like it never retested, didn't care about it. And then look at this line. What's up with that? I'm missing the retest there all of a sudden. So bullish can't even retest, eh? I guess. And did it make this pattern? It is interesting that it did make that pattern and that we are so far into that pattern, it's here. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. So 3 consecutive highs meant to fail effectively. No stops are safe above the first of the three, but this trend line, uh, I don't really care how it responds initially, but its break seems imminent. Now, the problem with this whole environment is going to be the red and green zone. They've been the problem like all the way around. Like you see how much time it took for us to get through this one and what it took to do that? Like flip this pattern upside down and let's look at what that would. Oh yeah, something like that, you know. Honestly, if it might be one of those pay the price moves, right? You know, when we do this, I'm leaving one part out of it, okay? When we go like this, and then we do that, and then we do this, right? Everything's fine, and then it does that, okay? So you know, putting your stop above this level is insane, in my opinion. So we have to keep that in mind. If it doubles the range, that's a dangerous point for it to try and do this. You know, if it's got something else just in the way of it doubling, like if it was the red zone maybe, that's dangerous as well. Now, if it moves so fast that it gets above this blue line in this process, again, that's dangerous. So, contingencies. You know, it matters if things change, you know, and I view them differently if they do. And it's not a cookie cutter, one size fits all kind of movement. Of course, this is a move I invented, basically. It's not, you can't find this on Google. I call it two humps and a pump. It's true. And it is, it is, it is happening as we speak. Ironically, it chooses to make this the low of day. Keep that in mind. Interesting. It's very profound, but it's true. And I know there's a lot of information, so like I fail at trying to make it exciting, so I can make it very clear and very serious. You know, that's one thing I am good at. At the end of the day, um, you know, because it's a very clear and serious thing to me. I mean, like, why would I present it in any other way? Which you know, it's not, it's like I'm trying to think of like ways that make people remember, because there's certain things that I'm like, oh my goodness, like I know there's all this information I just said, but this thing. And I'm like, well, you know, because it might just spawn in after like a whole hour of consolidation, and I'm like, well, geez. And it is a relatively like new thing too. It's not like we see this every day. Lately it's been very common. 2024, I've been talking about it a lot. Not a day goes by in 2024 where I haven't talked about it, to be honest, but it still feels new to me. You know, because things take time for me to consider them being old in the market, and I like to see it happen at specific points that are valuable points. Like, is it not true that this is a valuable point? Like, it marks the end of this huge dump, which is interesting. Because, I mean, it's a very controversial dump. Of course, it started at a meeting, which is funny to me because it did take back the majority of the move at the meeting, but now that point becomes an interesting target. You know, underneath B points, a very sloppy dump that left many targets on its way down, some of which have already been hit, others soon to be. So that's the way I see it. And I'm like, the big one? The big one's here. Because I'm like, all right, what fib did we reverse off of? Was it this one from this level? Oh, no, 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 no. It wasn't this one from this level. Well, I mean, we can look at it. But it wasn't incredibly... No, no, no. You know, and if it's like any of these levels, they've already played out, so the move should be done then, no? So, no, no, no. It's this movement that goes with these fibs down here, the 241. Remember yesterday? What was the first significant reversal of the day yesterday? Yesterday, the first thing that happened was this. There have been a series of head and shoulders failing today to create the third consecutive high. Currently at a 241, the first of the day. Notice the B point is placed on the first of the three highs. Sorry, so that's the 241 there. That essentially was the high at the, you know, the first major move, and it basically came straight back to that 200, or sorry, to that 100. And in this case, it's not straight back, that's for sure. So this trend, it's broken, and this one also has, but we'll just turn that one down.
Going off 180, 200 to that B point. Yep, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, 1153. That's an interesting one too, because we did hit that one briefly, and I'm curious if we come back to where we hit it off of. Like, I mean, it's like, I don't know how to explain it in an easy way for people that haven't seen it before to understand that W's can come back off of the 141, and then it can come back off of the 161, and then it can consider all of that played out and just have to come back to the highs of it. I'm thinking, I'm like, does it want to do that with the high of this node? You know, because if it hits that, you know, the bulk of it's been played out twice from there already. And I mean, to expect it to go that little bit of a distance, it's interesting. I don't know if it will. That's the tough part. You know, it just means no stops are safe above that level. In the event that it wants to hit it, that pattern right there is absolutely very similar to this one. I just remembered it, and I was like, well, hold on. Like this right here, 1, 2, and 3 was the same as this one. But this high was at a 241 up here. Oh no, sorry, up here. So it's not exactly the same. I'm curious about that one, because I mean, like another thing that it reminds me of is like we've got this big dump, 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 and then it's got like this kind of, you know, rising wedge from the bottom. And if I just go over here for a second, we can find a rising wedge like this one. And it starts from like dump, 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 and then it's got that rising wedge and it just blows through the top. Funny enough, when it did that, it had a blue line and it didn't even care about coming back to it. Not until later. What it did was is it went up so hard that it went sideways for so long. It met the blue line, then came down. And it's that's not the first time it's done this either. That's the second time it's done that. That I'm aware of at least. And I'm like, what's up with this spot? Are we gonna go up and then go sideways forever? And then like overnight at the VWAP, then dump down to hit the blue lines or something? Because that's that's been how we've done it many times. I'm very curious about this. It's got squeeze written all over it. I am curious about that for sure. Because there is evidence towards that it could fail. That is for sure. So I am curious. Of course, it is in the red zone and green zone. It did just gyrate back and forth between the red zone and green zone in a very sloppy way, but that's okay. You know, it's like, is that initial move that we had on this range similar to the initial move that we had when we were doing that move? I mean, like, why is it so similar? Strange. Could it result in a move that size? There we go. So in this environment, I can take this triangle off roughly and draw in the other support, the new one that it's made essentially. And we'll take a look at how some of the old ones have broken.
Do you think that blue line above the range right now has much relevance now that the trend's a little different too?
It's like
Having a lot of relevance, I feel like.
that's the thing. That's the thing. It's a contingency line. So like you know how it's like a stretch to get to it right now? In the event that it has the audacity to get above that line, there's no way it's not coming back down to it. So that's the idea there. So if it gets back down, if it gets above that line in a stretch to attempt to try and get on top of it, like I'm saying basically if it does one of these things right here, um, and it's like that was the blue line right there. It was a blue and white line, and it looked just like this. It had three highs and everything. It was at the low of a big dump, and it blew. It was kind of getting, it's not that steep, right? But at the end of the day, for what it did to it, was insane. I'm like, well, I know this one's steep, a little bit harder to get on top of, but it could try. I mean, after all, these little consolidations at the bottom of these major patterns, in the event that it does, because it's so steep and it doesn't have this like angle to it where it's not as steep, it's more likely to come back down to it if it does get on top of it. So it provides like an interesting trade if it does get on top of it. But the one line that I think that it's going to be interested in getting to is the blue and white one. That's the main level because it's coming towards us as well. And every moment that we go sideways, it gets easier to get to, and it works like a threshold level. Like
Yeah,
we,
as long as we maintain the current trend in some form, we will eventually hit that
yep.
blue and white.
Now the thing is the blue and white line, although it's ultimately going to get there. This trend has like about, I would say, it's about a 60% chance of breaking before we get there, which is
Mm-hmm.
another thing. So it's like everybody will have to deal with what it looks like to break that trend in order to earn the position to get back to that blue and white line, which is kind of typical. But right now, basically, it's a situation where we're right below B points too. So like in the event that we get to these B points before we get to that blue and white line, that could also present another interesting situation that where time is the difference. Where as time goes on, uh, eventually the blue line will be below the B points. But obviously that's
Mm.
forever from now. But it is a
I'm guessing
factor.
the reason you say it's more like likely to break the current trend we have than hit the blue and white first is just because of the steepness, or is there
Yep,
another reason?
yep, exactly. The steepness and the
Okay.
the the need to readjust that angle. We could make it a little bit less steep in our journey of going up there. Because one thing about this movement right here is, we've been coming back roughly at a similar speed to what we went down with here, and I think that that could be considered a spike, and it might have a spring, something that could involve stepping on top of previous nodes. Like this node right here stands out pretty heavily. We could make a spike towards it to try and test it. That could be on the table, and that could be the spring. Basically, once we make that, we could use it as a platform to try and break through the uh, next trends. This
I
trend
like
right,
that.
yeah. So it sort of made that spike. It was very quick about the move, and it kind of jabbed into the low of that gap right there. And it's saying it wants to do more of it, I think, but Definitely is following the rules so far. That trend is in trouble though so far. And it could be a fake break on the trend. It just basically needs to readjust because, like look at what happened the first time. Like it made a trend like that, right? And it was going up the grayed out one, and then it broke it right here, right? And then we in turn we created this new yellow one, where it's true that because of this next movement down, right? It has a new trend. Like if somebody was just sitting down at the computer right now, do you think they would draw this one? You know what I mean? No, they would draw this one. It would be the two extremes. And doesn't mean that this one isn't a trend still. It can still respond to it like it is now, but it's different. It's a broken trend. It's one that's already shown us that it's had a fake break. And because of that fake break, another trend does exist, and until it breaks, we're in an uptrend. So that's the interesting part about readjusting a trend. Like in the event that it was to have come back and sniped a low even lower, that trend would have given us significantly more space to make patterns. And so far it hasn't been that much of a readjustment. Like we went from a 41-degree angle and readjusted all the way to a 36, which in time will seem very significant. As you can see, as we get farther away, those lines start to become farther away from each other. And obviously on the short term it's relatively insignificant, but it's just good to have awareness of, as time goes on, the distance does get greater, and obviously the market will have to exert more energy to stay with these trends in the event that it is trying to hold. And you know basically it doesn't affect anybody that's acquired a position from the low and you're waiting for the B points above, but and the blue and white line. The blue and white line may be, in this node are a little bit lower when we do get to it as well. The B points are solid horizontal levels that represent major patterns that are untested. They've never ever tried to test these B points. Like, this just blew right through it, and under no circumstances, even on the short term, did it even try to get to them. So it's kind of interesting. So what that means is there would be no argument towards that they're tested. They're definitely untested. And if you can see on the way up, it's been very good about testing pretty much every single B point that it's had along the way. Where I find it interesting that when I look at this, I can find that it does make W's across all of its advancements, like every single time, which is kind of interesting. Now we've been presented with an M. So it's kind of strange to see that. And like many of the other trends that we've broken, this is the third high so far, and we do have a new trend off of it. It is this one. Which is relatively steep and also has very limited longevity. Like it's basically like we have a blue line under here as well, which could be something that could initiate wicks and spikes. When we do break this support line, the blue line could be something of interest. So this situation that we're in right here, as it is cascaded down, is obviously coming to an end because we have a very congested area where we know that trends will have to break for us to leave this point. Of course, there's been trends that have been here, like this trend from the high. It's been broken so much, and it's like it's tough. It's not like a clean, crisp break like that one or the one that happened before it, right? That doesn't even retest at all. And now it's like mega retest. You see how much it's retesting all of a sudden? Very interesting. Because the last time that we broke each trend, we established that it didn't have any retest. You could say it attempted. Like this is an attempt right here. This is an attempt for sure, but it's like good luck getting to that line again, right? It's like so steep, right? So they tried, and it's impossible. Well, not impossible, but it would have to go near vertical to get to it, and it's just so unlikely that you could expect it not to be interested in it. Now, of course, it did just break another trend, and it holds the support yet again. It's nothing too crazy. It's like a falling wedge is trying to play out to the high of this node. We came down to where that gap used to be and put volume in it so it doesn't look like there was a gap there. You can see the remnants of it, but having put some volume in there, it's changed. But having awareness of that gap could come in valuable in the future. Another advancement towards the same 188-200. Now remember when I was talking about this 188-200 earlier, and it was like a W that's come back off the 180, or sorry, let's come back off of the 141 and the 161, and now it's got to the 188, and it only feels the need to get back to where it's played out from before, because it's played out twice already to the B point. It feels like it's cleared its bases. It's a hard thing to explain, but if you see what I'm trying to say with that, it's like it feels like it's already hit this B point. And it's very strange because it's true that it has off of this level, right? And off of this level, right? It totally came back to this level both times. Like so much so that it even spiked through it, which is kind of interesting. And now we're presented with the big bad, 200 188 that's notorious for working. And it can't get through the levels that have already played out. It's a fact. An interesting one. So you see how that works though? Where we have a W, we've played out twice already, and then we can't play out past where we've played out from. This becomes the cutoff because it's already hit the B point from both of those times. So this is the cutoff to that B point. This becomes the new attractive B point in theory, which is kind of interesting because it did just that. Very impressive. The 188 again, it's like it feels like it's already played out, so it's done. That's an interesting way to look at it. I'm like, well, we put a specific amount below that green zone. Could we put it on the top of the red? From inside out? I wonder. What would that look like? A 241? Isn't that the low? Isn't that the B point? Okay, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we've got a B point and a 241. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Alright, I'll show you something here real quick. Fit the whole thing in there. There we go. And that, like that. So, do you see that at the low, the most controversial big fib set, right? That huge one from up there, right? It reversed at these levels. You see those levels right there? The 227, 241. Well, those are these levels up here. The 241 is the final pinnacle of reversal. And that's a B point, So it's kind of interesting. And I'm like, well, you know what this low had going for it that this point doesn't? Is it's right in the middle. So I'm like, well, this point right here really does a good job at marking the, I would say, upper middle zone. It's not quite exactly the middle like we reverse off of a 200, but it was a 241. So the middle itself will be coming up at the 227. Every B point will be, well, not every B point, actually, there's one up there. Every significant B point will be hit by the 61. It's a dangerous spot, that 61. Look at that node right there. Do you see? I'll take off these fibs just so you can see. But you see that giant node up there, right? And the node is this huge volume area that basically, it trumps every other area in the range. Like I'm like, all right, you see the zone down below? That zone down below tried. It's nothing like the one above though. But you know what's funny is how similar it really is. This is a great move though.
those pullbacks going up too, John, had empty clouds. Really good entry sort of confluence. One of them, the middle, I think was bottom of the 15 second. The other one, the first one was 61, then bottom 15 second, and then this one was very close to the trend line going up.
Yeah. It's crazy that it's going for that ridiculously high blue line. It's like, what on earth has gotten into this market? Absolutely crazy. This B point is smoked right now too. It's incredible, really. I can't believe it's doing what it's doing. It's absolutely incredible. You know, this low, to have valued it being that though, that's remarkable in my opinion. I think that, like, look at them go, right? Absolutely incredible.
Well, it had to complete the S wave, right? So makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, once it gets to the B points, who knows, right? But at least it completes the S wave.
Oh, well, the blue line I think is going to play a big role. The blue and white one there. I think we're gunning it for it almost.
Okay.
The first line is going to be the blue one though here, and I'm like, wow, that's a mighty stretch to get to it. It's like it's stretched. This area is going to be a huge, yeah, it's like a huge gap in there. And that's going to be like somewhere we're going to just chill out tomorrow, I think, or something. it could totally rally right back up to the high and then end up right back in this area, thinking it's the middle for tomorrow. Because you see, yeah, something like that could be on the table. The equilibrium of the S wave is now met though.
Maybe some of that movement up, the real strong push up, was just from stops getting pushed out, because I made it potentially some of the stops, if someone tried to,
oh yeah,
people tried to
yeah,
before,
totally.
Their stops wouldn't have gotten hit quite yet, and then as you can see, like
volume increases.
ago, like right before it just barely gets past where the top from like this morning near the open, like 10 minutes after the open, and it must have busted those people through. I think that's why it had such a strong push after.
Yeah, it's very intriguing that this came back to the open, because I've been looking at it since pre-market, I guess, and it is the open here, which is kind of interesting to me, because I'm honestly not used to being here so many hours early. Like I was awake at 5:30 in the morning this morning, just like in this consolidation up here, you know, and like literally it's it's been an interesting one, because this move right here, it's a very significant move at the open. The entire day's been taken back. QQQ looks like it's basically come back to where it began. I guess it's getting better at showing pre-market data, but you can see how choppy it is in comparison to looking at a an actual index chart. This line is definitely a little steep right now. We're running into the other side of the node. The test of this line is a major trend line. That's like the one of the big ones from the beginning, where technically it's like that was a falling wedge that failed. And I think getting back to the point of its failure, like the very, very point of its failure, it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda. And thankfully it didn't take this much time to get through that zone. It did do this move though. So like, oh, at least it did that. But a little bit of a spike as well that it made. Certainly made it more on the top than it did on the bottom there, which is quite impressive. But the increase in volume and increase in movement, it does remind me drastically of other environments at the lows. Like what's funny is I show this environment But then I just looked at one that was exactly the same in a different spot. We'll go over this one first real quick. Actually, I want to take a picture of it so I can show the components. Is that pasteable? Yes. Right. So, look at this move right here, eh? Wow. Rip. Huge. Incredible movement. And one thing that's interesting about that is it had a rising wedge in there that played out nearly to the baseline of the entire pattern, but then it went up. One thing that is clear about that trumps the rising wedge is that pattern. It's like, geez, if it does that though, you know what I mean? It's tough. You can't be in the way of it doing that. Because the old patterns and stuff, you can see them form and fail in the name of it doing this, which is interesting. Because in this pattern, I don't even think it did that. It just failed. Actually, wait a second. Yeah, it did. You can see it. 1, 2, and then smoked, essentially. And you can see that it's kind of like a slow build up each time. Here, that was an interesting one. Just blew right through the top of that rising wedge. But what it did is it came back at least to the tip. You know, and it likes to do that. Loves to do that. And then when it came back to the point of failure, right? No? See, this is the point where people like to short it. They got absolutely railed out of the top of that pattern, right? And that's the case with that. And it's funny because that was where those 3 drives pattern started. It was on top of this failed pattern, and it never gave them relief. Like it continued on and on and on to make this huge pattern equal on both sides, which is like, that's intense. But what happened to the people of the rising wedge at the low? I mean, what it's trying to tell us is if you find this pattern and it's at the bottom, it's incredibly dangerous to assume that it's going to go down. And you know what's crazy is you can kind of see it happening in reverse here. It's like a falling wedge. And it ripped down out of the bottom. Now, of course, that's the middle of the night. You know, it's a strange move. Very strange. 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, who's doing that? But it's the other side of the world. That's who's doing it. And that's weird because they did it backwards. You know, they did what we did throughout the day and it was backwards for them, and it's kind of strange, but we've seen a lot of that. Like if I go over the picture I posted originally in the morning today on yesterday's movement, let me show you guys this. This is incredible movement. NDQM. Right. Yesterday's movement. This is an incredible movement. Like check out how this is. Right. So we have a flat bottom on both sides, 1, 2, and 3 highs. All right. So there's the same amount of moves here as there is here. The exact same thing happened. So you can see that we have 3, 1, 2, and 3. We have 1, 2, and 3 at the bottom, and then this one is farther, and then this one is farther. You see that, right? And it's interesting that after that farther move happens, where does it come back to? It comes right back and clears the first of the 3 out. Literally, like it comes back and cleans the entire pattern out. Cleans the entire pattern out from that point. And it did it twice, one large one, one small one, with exact same characteristics. Like if I go over this with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you can see that that's 5 waves. And then if I go 1, 2, and 3, that's that. And the same thing goes here, where if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then you've got your extra 1, 2, and 3, right? So it's very, very interesting to see that amount of precision. And I'm like, oh, it's not the work of the public. Find this pattern on Google then I'll believe it's actually at least one person responsible for it, but I don't believe it is. That amount of precision is just like, it's incredible. and then for it to follow precision like this along the highs, like you know that each time that it did that, it made 4 extremes, right? Like, and right now we've done like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extremes. If we break that extreme, it'll definitely be farther. Now what's funny about this is 1, 2, right? These two distances are relatively similar. You know, this one's farther in every regard. Interestingly enough, it is true. Yet we're in the middle at the low VWAP band. And it's like, you know that VWAP band right there? It has to do with this white VWAP in the middle and that purple VWAP band all the way at the top. Literally. Like, what this ironically could be is a giant sideways down and then up. If we get involved with those levels up there, it could be pretty dangerous. It's a bearish pattern if it does that, you know. And it could end up coming right back to the middle, because that's where it showed us in the beginning of this move that's what it likes to do. Just like that. And then who's to say we don't do it again? And who's to say that that's not our method of advancement throughout the trends? Who's to say that that couldn't happen? I think it could, but it could happen on a bigger scale. Because who's to say the smaller version isn't this one? And the bigger version isn't this one? It's possible. And if it's possible, then if it costs nothing to be exposed to it because you're already in and you've taken off enough profit to pay yourself, well, what is it to keep some? In the event that it does do that, that's worth a lot. And if you kept some to the point where it gets all the way up there, you know, we could be looking for a nice hedge instead of giving up the position. But definitely taking profit is necessary, I think. Now this is a trend that tried to retest. You know, many of them have struggled to retest. This one had a little bit of a concentrated retest, and it had a better breakout because of it. Well, maybe not because of it, but it's a result that's I mean, it's a fact that this one was a really crappy retest and chop, but it totally made up for it with a beautiful breakout of the next trend. Didn't even retest that once. Didn't even think about it. It was gone. So it's like, it's interesting. Through that difficulty came ease. And when I show this, this will make it seem simple. But did you know that when we pull back in this trend, we pull back this much? And if you allow it to pull back that much, well, you should be all right. That one wasn't even that much. This one, it's like it's getting worse at pulling back that much. You know, you want to know what that looks like to me? I'll show you another. I found the example yesterday from a long time ago, and it was this one. I only showed half of it, but I'll show you one thing here. This is the rest of it. You want to know the difference? Is the consolidation is significantly less, and basically as we get higher, it gets easier to pull back. Basically, I went over to explain it like this as well. Less of an average pullback as time goes on. Less of an average pullback as time goes on. This pullback will turn to this pullback. you know, the strong pullback to the all the way back to the trend, all the way back to the trend starts to become halfway, starts to become less than halfway. It's like interesting. It's true. And why is it using these techniques? Because these are techniques that it's used on the daily low when major players were accumulating with clear skies ahead with 5,000 point profit targets above, that they were all hit as well. Why are these the ways that it decides to move? Long time ago, it moved like this. You want to know when those posts are from? When is it from? Here. That's when they're from, ladies and gentlemen. February. February 15th. This environment up here, where we're going to start to see those major pullbacks start to pull into what? Up, then sideways, up, then flat, up, then nothing, up, then up. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, the higher you would think it would go, the more bearish it would be because it's high. Most people think like that. It's not true though. Because I'll show you. I'll show you. Because a lot of people weren't trading when it was doing this. You know, this is insane. You know, we haven't seen this environment like that, so slow. Just, you know how unforgiving that environment is? If you short any day, anywhere in that environment, like you're getting screwed. And it was all-time high. Like it was literally never higher, ripping up on a rising wedge that failed at all-time high. I mean, like, you know, take your pick. Was it the big one? You know, or was it the little one? And I'm like, you know, like both of them just utterly failed, never to have ever profited on any kind of ever, you know, nobody ever profited on that. It was destroyed, absolute destruction. Where have we seen that before, right? Deja vu, right? It's like this pattern's dangerous. Now, you want to know what's funny about that environment is every single day it would play out a pattern like this, and on the 1 minute you would see it go up, 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 and it would dump right to here. And you want to know what's funny? Is it would do it again the next day, and then again the next day. And you would see every day this pattern play out, but oh, God forbid if you ever tried to go for the big one, you'd ever get screwed. I learned that the hard way. You know, that was a long time ago though, but I'll tell you, I'll never forget. I'll never forget. Never forget. Never forget. I shorted OLED. Let me look at them. Long time ago. They were part of that rip too. They just wouldn't stop. But it's interesting. Short term was definitely a lot more attractive in the long term because the long term didn't make much sense to me at that time. Because it was like everything it was showing it was doing on the short term, it had no interest in doing in the long term. Very interesting to me. I mean, like, we haven't seen that in a long time. Yeah, it's kind of a basic environment too. Like, it really is. Like, there was about one pattern a day. Like, it did. And the thing is I wasn't interested primarily in trading the stock market. I was interested in trading individual stocks. Not so much even ETFs and so on like that, but individual stocks and finding out which ones would move with the market because everything sucked at moving. You had to find something that would move in that environment because everything was crawling up. And it's like, what are you going to do? Buy at all-time high, expect the next day to be up? I mean, like, it's crazy. You know, it's like, it reminds me of this trend, except it's on the 1 minute. This is just getting more and more unforgiving the higher we go. Isn't that true? Kind of interesting when we See how similar things can be to old times, though. We're gunning it for that blue and white line. Maybe we touch them both at the same time. That would be interesting. That would be quite a stretch, though. I would say the red zone's also there. Red zone could lead back to the green zone. Doesn't matter when we hit it. Doesn't matter where we hit it. It's just something that has happened in the past, and it's already been acknowledged multiple times today. So it's like even if you didn't have it, you know, you might have it now because of what it did there when it was there. You know, so that's the interesting part about it. You could count on the fact that people will have awareness of how it responded to that area. There is volume in that area, and it's recent. And you know, you can even see that. You know, even if you have nothing on the chart, it's like, oh, we're coming into this right now. It's like it's the most basic thing, for sure. Everybody will see. And what they might not see though is the fact that it's right in the middle. 61% is coming up though, and the 61% is like upper middle zone. Oh, it is at the 61. Sorry. But the fact of the matter is there is one more B point that is untested, and it means that everybody that has been part of the sell-off today has effectively been bought out by the time we get to that B point. It's official. And it's like, what's funny is these people, they were bought out right away. I'm just cleaning these people up now. But essentially, all of it has been bought back up. So whatever people were willing to sell off, somebody valued it. And they valued it a lot, it looks like. Now they're going to go for the people that have tried and chased it. We have to be careful about that. You know, what way can you make it that you can have the most flexibility to keep your exposure? Well, keeping the stop at the extreme is one way to do it, but if you do that on a full size position, you can see that if it was to come back, it would come back on your whole position and all of your profit. But if you take some profit, then no, it's not going to come back on all of your profit because you've taken some. And at the end of the day, what you have left has the exposure or the ability to run in perpetuity, knowing that you've been paid for what you've taken off. Very interesting way to look at it, and it's a clear way to look at it, and it's a suggestive of making sure that you've been paid when we get to a point like the 61. But it's not a place where you want to be entering from necessarily, but a place where you certainly want to be paid at, you know? Because look at it. It's a giant node. It's a green zone. We could spend half an hour here. And I'm like, it's true, but I don't want to. Nobody wants to, but it's the case. The red zone off the green zone is something of interest to me, and whatever we put out of the bottom of that green zone comes out of the top of the red. That's the way I see it. And it can be from the outside in to the inside out. Like notice what it put out of the top of this zone was from the outside in, and then it tried to put it again on the bottom, but it was from the inside out, or at least it tried to be. What makes me think that it was doing that is because it made two portions of it. It's like it was finished when it did two. So I can see that. And it's relatively similar to the size of the original portion up here. One that we haven't really seen much of down here, but it's got its own portion sizes that we made clear earlier. That's definitely trying to respect them, but it's getting smaller and smaller. The amount of pullback that it gets is smaller and smaller. And the amount of time that it has to spend consolidating is less and less. But it is true that this level has the POC. Of all the levels that we've got on the chart, there's no level that has more volume than that level. I guess if we consider this chart or this part of the chart above, it can stretch it above here, but it doesn't take out the factor that this is the beginning of that giant volume node. And basically, that giant volume node originally doubled down a little bit more and just returned back to where it doubled from. You can see all of what passed the point of doubling was basically made into a spike. Will we see that spike again in the future, maybe on the other side? It's an interesting distance, and I'm 100% a fan of seeing it somewhere in the future. So we'll see that somewhere, I think. And it's a very abstract distance. It's almost the distance right beneath the purple line there. Mm-hmm. It's like the time limit is how much space we have with the support line. The red zone is soon to be obstructed by the blue and white line. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Because the blue and white line is the name of the game. Of course, there's a B point that's higher than it, but do you know something about that B point? It's on the other side of a giant gap. You know, like if we just like take a look at the other chart here for some look at the size of the gap there. This is the 61, right? Giant node here. Not as big as that one, but maybe it's gonna be, right? Like think about it. What would it take? Could we chop here for as long as we've chopped anywhere else and put that much volume there so that it's more volume than this spot? Because that might be the goal, you know. I'm thinking even if we stray away from it a little bit, it doesn't matter. It ends up putting more volume back at that spot anyways. It's starting to become an area where we are now back in on that VWAP band, the VWAP band that is associated with the one above, and it's got one even higher up there, which is interesting. Yeah, it's crazy how, you know, these blue lines have been forming too. Like you can think how high they are in comparison to the low and how it stretches to get on top of them just so it can come back from the other side. You can see how its agenda was to do that. Of course, this is after hours movement, but it's a great way to understand it. And every single level that it did end up getting stepping on was a level that we were looking at turning into support, and it just did that. So it's kind of intriguing. Oh yeah, and I remember that long-term POC up there too. Who thinks we're going back to that? That's an interesting distance away. Very far. But if we did what we did out the bottom of this consolidation out the top, it would easily clear that point and the heavy volume node up there. But could we be as choppy as we were when we were making this node initially? Like, as I said, the 61 is like where that node begins. Like, it's like the beginning, right? You can see that high is like where it ends. That's a giant node. Tried to replicate down here, right? So that's basically what I'm trying to explain on that volume profile. We've had two portions. The third one can go on the top. And it can be after much grief in the middle. Oh, geez. Like, what if it makes a left shoulder and a right shoulder? Could it do that? I mean, why not, right? And put the head out of the neckline? That's something of an interest to me. So. Somebody is playing the game today and they've got a serious agenda with this. That's the word that comes to mind, at least. The agenda. And I mean, I can't look at this chart without marking this B point up here. We definitely, oh geez, that's a POC up there? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe I did, but that is interesting. Now I won't forget that if I did know that. At the end of the day, I like that even more now, so. Don't care what it does at this consolidation. It's appropriate that it chops here a little bit after all. It's a 61. If we get a lot of people to short it, you know, just making a little bit of a nudge past it could get them to pay for this gap. Think about it. If people short the 61, where are they going to put their stop? And what is their stop if not a buy order? And would that mean that they would put their stop, or sorry, would they put their buy orders inside of the gap? Is that a way we can get people to do that? And somehow, can we get them to put more buy orders at the B point so they can provide liquidity? I think so. I think it could just take some time. All they have to do is make it like slow down. You can see the increase in volume right here. So basically, we like to pause for a second and let them short it again so that we can stop them out again. That's normal. It's a very dangerous environment for sure. You can see how everyone just put their stops above the high right there, and they're all just like boom, 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 boom. Everyone just got smoked out. And then it comes back down to let them think about it for a second and stops them out again. You know, basically we got to watch out for it to continue this process of absolute annihilation until we get to the target. It's the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. This is where they think they're missing it. It's all a psychological game at this point. Because they think that what has hurt them, they will be able to do more of to make the money back. And it's kind of interesting because it means that they're going to fuel the fire even more. Because it's true that it's not high, if you really think about it. It's coming up off the low of a huge dump. And I mean, it's, you know, up here is nice. And that's a level I am attracted to, ultimately. The 188 200's up there, ironically. And remember what level that is. That's the nice old, oh, jeez. I was looking at the candlesticks. I see there's a little B point up in there as well, which is like an attack on the spike. Could be a spring to the spike, interested in forming up to the gap there. It's like, okay, clarity in that move at least, trying to hit that little B point up on the 15-second there. And then it tries to snap back down to hit the little B point that it left as well. It's literally doing this pattern on the short term. 15-second, hit that one and that one. Both of them get hit. And you can't even see it on the 1 minute, but it explains the exact need for the candlestick fluctuations on the 1 minute. Whereas it may just look like absolute crap on the 1 minute, it's actually doing something that can be analyzed and understood on the short term. And it's neglected by most, but I'm saying, well, God forbid we don't understand that that short term thing's happening. We don't know when it's finishing. And we have to let it finish before we understand that it's going to do something else. So I let it finish, and I mean, after all, it's a tiny pattern. It doesn't take long to finish. That's the idea. It's true. Also, what this does is it makes people trim down their long trade so much that they don't have anything left for the B point. Because they don't want you selling there because they want to sell there. That's the idea. So they pause it here at the 61. And you can see how that's a psychological ploy on people to not get in their way to sell at the best profit target, which is the B point and beyond. The agenda. Again, it's a very strict one. the people against it are getting annihilated. It's like either they understand it or they don't. I mean, that's the composite man right there. It's like, you know, those that understand the game as he plays it understand the composite man way. And this is the way of today. I mean, you know, it's like you can see what happens to the people that have went against it. It's only become more difficult as we've went higher. Are we not just going sideways and up now until it just goes up and up, right? Like we saw before. And it's contrary to popular belief because people will add to their positions thinking it's higher and better. You know, all the news articles from the morning, get them all freshened up from the, you know, the bearish situation that everyone's had time to like write journals on and post on the internet and everything, and everyone can read them all and reposition their positions. I'm shaking my head right now, but you know, you can count on people to be people, it would seem. And that's what the people at the top of this industry will be able to agree with. I am absolutely certain is that they have to deal with the people every single day because that's how they're provided liquidity, and that's how they get their positions in the first place. That's how they take profit. It's off of the people that provide liquidity in the nodes. That's how they can sell off millions of dollars of their positions to every single person that's willing to trade in those nodes. And you can see that that's the case. And it's remarkable. It's remarkable how it all formulates. And a day like today is completely different to a day like yesterday, where many people would assume that the consolidations will take all day. They didn't. They were quick, and we got things moving quickly. And it was on that moment. I started the stream actually at that moment. If you look on the stream, it's actually that moment that we talked about it. I was like, hey, it's going to be faster. It's, you know, in other words, it's going to be easier. That's what I said the other day. I should have said that, but no, faster is fine because it was faster. But this is a third consecutive high, an interesting level. Short term, could be interested in the first of the three, which is not a big deal. What's interesting is the B point's right smack dab in the middle of a node, or in the middle of a gap, and the gap looks very strange. Oh wow, it just changed a lot when I moved out. So you can see that it's immediately interested in coming back to the first of the three. So when I say the first of the three, there's three highs, 1, 2, 3, and it came back to the first, and it just did that. Interesting. Usually that move will get eaten back up as well. A lot of people like to chase it. The VWAP band is now the support of this candle. Curious about that. Yeah, very short term. Is it asking to be able to do one of these patterns again? You know, because we love doing that while we're in this trend, I tell you. And that would mean this B point getting hit, and then a little B point in here getting hit on a very short term scale. Like all the little B points on the underside of these candles get hit, and then basically the high of this node again gets stepped on, and that's fine. Basically, there's little B points that are inside of these candles down here. They can get hit too. It's just important to understand because, you know, you drag your stop in there, you get smoked out. It's like, I like to say either you can accept it or neglect it, right? But a lot of people choose the latter, unfortunately. But look at it go. It's literally coming back to the high of the node right there, just like it's supposed to. And it's like, we can either understand what it's choosing to do or not, right? I mean, like a lot of people are like, it's consolidating, it's ranging, it's a range. They've got excuses to stop trading. I'm like, well, I've seen it so many times that I understand what it's doing, when it's supposed to end, and why it's supposed to move exactly where, and that's powerful. It's like a triangle though. Obviously, this is like a triangle, but it's like how it constructs the triangle is really important because when it finishes everything it's supposed to do, it's done. And I'm like, well, that's a fair statement. I'm like, now it's got like this really weird looking head and shoulders on the short term, and it's rivaling the high. We've got a high with a higher high and a lower high. Like it's a fact. I can't help but say it. It's true. We have a high with an even higher high and a lower high right now. Like it's doing that. I don't make it up. It's case. So it's good. It doesn't have to work though, but it's true that that pattern exists right there. In the name of getting to the B point, it very well could fail. But does it bother me if it comes to the neckline or something? No, I just look at that as like it's trying to capture more people. Like if sometimes when it does this, right? Like it can go all the way up to the head and shoulders, play out to the neckline, capture all these people here too, because they think it's going to go farther, and then they get them all. I'm like, okay. Lately, what we've been doing is just allowing the pattern to form to this point. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Oh, and it goes up to here. And that's how we make this
Forming a shoulder though, John, to an inverse.
to an inverse. Yeah, that's a better one. I like that. But it's like not before this one fails. Clearly, like what's going on there?
Didn't last long.
It's like why would anybody that knows the pattern decide it should fail? It's so funny. Because it's not like it's not on the end of an uptrend, but it is kind of centralized. Because maybe we're not looking out far enough. Like it's made a giant triangle separated by a consolidation, and we've got another triangle underneath. So it's like it's meeting the equilibrium now. Like the middle, the circle inside of the two triangles, basically. And that's just one way for it to do an S wave, essentially. More of the 61.
It's going off at 261 to that B point at 1048.
Yeah. Let's see, 1048. Yeah, that's a sharp 261 right there. And the reason why that's an interesting one is because it was never hit whatsoever. But why that was never hit, it makes me think that it's kind of like the B point that separates the second and fourth wave. That's kind of what that reminds me of. A leading diagonal, maybe? That's interesting. Sometimes the 5-wave move begins from the moment it breaks the trend, and that can be really confusing sometimes when it looks like this all the time, right? But the trend breaks from here, and it's like you can see the trend comes all the way down and it cuts that, and it might look like 9 waves or whatever, but really since it broke that trend, you can see that it starts to share the same kind of pullbacks and the same kind of impulse waves on the upside. So yeah, that 261 is pretty sharp there. So actually, what I was drawing here, you see how it has 4 consecutive highs? This is like what we did the other day, or yesterday. And then we have 3 consecutive lows and a farther one. I just know that if we make these 4 highs like that, coming down and making these 4 lows could be a ticket to the trend break. That's one thing that I can see happening actually very, very, very small short term. We make 4 lows here. I know it kind of seems like a ridiculous thing, but in the event that it decides to make 4 lows there, I will be very, very interested in that to see what happens in the middle. Because, you can place a pattern at the extreme and it can work out well, but if it's, so clear, like you can count on the fact most people haven't found this, right? Like it's not something that most people are going to be doing, I don't think. And at the end of the day, if we can see that it's something it chooses to repeat with absolute precision, I mean, what is that? It's like, who is that? You know? Interesting. Because I don't get that from nowhere. I get it from here. These ones. It's this movement right here. I'm actually just gonna keep this one there for a second. Because I can see that in the process of creating these 3 highs, it came all the way back down to the baseline of where it started those 3 highs from. And I would say that's right about where we are right now. It's undeniably created some visible 1-minute B points on the short term. Having cleared all of the move back down to this point, that 5th wave that started from the last trend has now played out back to where I think the 4th wave was. I think the 4th wave was here. This, I don't think was part of the 5-wave move. I think it actually was like a leading diagonal. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 like that. And I'll show you why it can be like this. Essentially, like this one, except in reverse. I'm not sure if I can find that in reverse, but the first B point's definitely hit. And, this entire environment is like the 2 nodes that we've been seeing on a regular basis. We've seen this on the lows as well. Those 2 nodes exist down here. Let's watch. Where are they? This one here and this one here. So we know that that's the 61. It's also the POC. This is also able to be marked. So with an untested B point, left open like that, it's unsafe to drag stops above it.
Oh, you might be muted, John.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a long-term level right there. A new trend has formed because of this move. It did 4 highs and 4 lows, and it's like, I don't know if I mentioned that, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's like this is how it chose to make an S wave in that environment to meet the middle, to meet the first B point at least of 3, 2. Well, 2 of 3 were met. Hmm. It's like a blue line there. With it being the 261 is the 100, the 61 exactly. What's funny about this is that the SPY and the Dow are a little bit different. They've constructed 5-wave moves correctly. Somewhat correctly. The Dow did a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very similar. And of course, between the two nodes here, we definitely have clear extremes where basically we can see the edge very clearly of the two nodes in the volume profile, where we are at one of them. And looking at how much was acceptable to make it out of the other side of the node, I find that suspicious because that's how much we miss out of the bottom to hit the B point. It's kind of interesting. Now, it has been notorious for not hitting B points lately, so I do see that it will have to lunge out of its comfort zone in order to get there. May save it for the future. But out of the two levels, this has been made the POC. So there's more volume in this one. For now, at least. May not be the way by the end of it. The other point up top is an untested B point, effectively. So if you can see that second point up there, it's basically got a B point that's not tested. And in the event the volume is put there, so if people take profit there, that node will grow. That's just an interesting fact. Same thing goes with this empty space down below. It's marked by a B point also. We're in between both of them as of now, not at the extreme of any. So what's funny about this is it does have 3 lows as of now. I don't usually count that one, but this one, if it leads to a 4th, that would be intriguing. I can see that this one's getting a little bit of attention right now. Obviously, if you're already in, doesn't really matter. Watch the show, as I say, right? At the end of the day, that's the price we have to pay for being in from before. When they come back, they make it difficult for people to get in for what you already have, like the 11 low zone. And in this case, the third played out way past the first of the 3, all the way back to this specific point, which is interesting to me, because I'll tell you one thing. You want to know what the other pattern of yesterday had that this one doesn't? It's backwards in a different way. Do you know that this part is far first and it comes back to a tight 3 drives? Whereas yesterday it was the opposite way. It was tight 3 drives and then it went far. It was tight 3 drives and then it went far, you know? The tight 3 drives, far, tight, and then far. Now I guess I don't have to remove that and leave it down there for reference. Very intrigued about that though. This pattern is something that, you know, it reminds me very much of the 2 highs into 3 lows. Like, I'll show you something. Another pattern that, I mean, I doubt you'll find on Google. And I'll show you this. Multiple examples of it working in the past on this page. So the characteristics are, like we can see in this one clearly, that it makes those 2 highs and it makes 3 consecutive lows after, which is funny because there is one in the distance over there like that, you know. It's like, oh, interesting. I can see that this is the case here. 1, 2 into these. This is a bullish continuation pattern. Like, look at what it did here. 2 highs, 3 consecutive lows like that. It fired on all cylinders out of the other side, just kind of like what it did right there. It's like they tested the waters. They're like, all right, can we do this? You know, are we looking at being able to do this? You know, and when I see the components are all lining up like that, it's like, oh, well, interesting. You know, everything is the same in terms of highs and lows and trend breaks and distances, and I find that suspiciously particular. This leads back to the B point above all other things. Why was it this that it waited for? It wasn't some horizontal level, because we've been here for how long? I mean, that's the interesting part about it. All of this was made difficult until it came down to recognizing that pattern. But obviously, it's like I say, you have to watch the show for the to see the end result. You know, you see how it played out, then you remember, then you can understand. And this point right here, it's like a very, very common move. We even have the bulk of the volume down here. Sometimes there's wicks and spikes as a B point. Sometimes they're no good. The bulk of the volume's at the bottom, so it could be hit. And who's to say it doesn't come back to the point the trend broke? And let's see if it doesn't, because I'll be, that'd be interesting if it didn't, right? I'll tell you one thing, it's been in the business of not doing it today. Like it started and it was really good at doing it. It was like, oh, you broke the trend here, well, I'll come back. Oh, you broke the trend here, well, I'll come back. You broke the trend here roughly. Oh, we'll come back. And then what happened? It was like broke the trend here, and it's like, well, when did we ever come back? We never did. We come back to this trend break, but not after breaking another trend, which is kind of interesting. These people got away with it for one extra move. And that information helps me to determine exactly where to drag stops in the future and exactly what has been acceptable in the past and how relatable this current situation is to those other past times. And I'm like, now what about the 61 in reverse? These fibs, they're great and everything. B points untested down below. We could be interested in responding to them again, sure, but just for a second. So I don't want to blind everyone with too many fibs. Take a look at these. We're at the 61 instead, because this is another really important level, which is crazy to me because it lines up exactly with another 61 variant. For whatever reason, there was a 61 here, or a 261 in the past, so I marked it. And you want to know what I think it was actually? The 61 of the entire move. Yeah, that's weird. So we got a double 61 here. You see how that 61 is the entire move? And I marked it right there with that gold dash line. And now we're here again at that same level, making it the 61, responding to it like it matters. Like that move ended there for now. It's like, it's going to get through it from what I can see. But ultimately, some difficulty at that level means that we've actually respected it. It's paid, it's responded to it. And not only has it spent time at it, but it's come off of it. It's made it the high to something. Now it can be considered. It could be considered important. It's the last high. But at the end of the day, right now, I think that in the event that we get above this line, we could be looking at coming back to it. It's kind of like right now we've been contracting into an expansion, and I'm curious to see if we can continue expanding. And it would be along the lines that we've been already expanding that we'll continue to if we do. There is like a little crappy B point that's kind of like a 61 away as well. So it would be like a 61 to a 61. Like if you take a look at this B point down here, the bulk of it is at the 61, sure. The big players will definitely be aware of this, the 61 down here. Because like you can see, this 61 at the high on the gold bar, I'll take that off. Now you can see this 61 down here. And it's like that's getting some love now. Well, it's trying to. It's there you go. That's it. So now we've got B points that are up top here. There's like a little blue line in here now too. It's ridiculous, but it wants to go back to it. And that's fine. Well, hopefully that's fine because it's back to it. At the end of the day, it's done now. I'm interested in a yellow line up top though. That's going to be a little bit of a ways away. This is another one. I know it's short term, but this is what the market's choosing to make it right now, and these are the considerations that it has for the moves that it makes. I'm like, well, if it made big moves, we could have big considerations. But makes plenty of small, short-term, crappy moves. But if you find yourself part of them, I can't deny how clear they are. It's not too hard. to be a part of them. They're not too small, but at the end of the day, if you're uncomfortable with them, don't take part in them. You watch another 10 of them. They happen so frequently after all. They did not move to the 61. What about the 61 of the next move? Oh geez, do you know what's funny? Is we're actually trying to do another 61. Look at that 61 and how close we got to it. And another 61 of this move? Like, are we kidding here? That's all the way down at the POC again. It'd be quite interesting. So, it's like 4 in a row. And I mean, if you continuously do the same retracement again and again, it'll, it's getting smaller into a triangle. It's gonna have to end. You know what I mean? So, and it's gonna end soon. Like I don't think too many people are really going for it to continue doing that, right? Like, how many people are benefiting? It can't be many. The microtransaction robots, like, yeah. Well, I guess you would call them like high frequency trading robots, but still, you know what I mean? Now, this is a time that it's done something different than a 61. Is it not true that it made more than a 61 on this pullback now? We've extended beyond it and hit a 78. Now, things have changed. Things are different. We've undeniably left this small triangle just to come back to it a little bit. That's what we've done right now. It's terrible, but it's almost over, so that's good. Like I say about many crappy patterns and triangles especially, the best thing about them is when they end. Because think about that pattern being something that gets smaller and smaller until it ends. It offers less and less opportunity. I mean, unless you want that, right? Like, who wants to go and do that? Like, that's tough. If the candles were incredibly large, it could be on the table. Right now, they're not too bad at 8 points, but we've come off of the heavier movement that there was earlier. The triangle coming to an end. Developing some sort of bullish divergence as it's trying to coast along this level. Still above an untested B point down below. Much difficulty has been presented for those exposed to it. We're at the edge of the node again. There has been a little bit of a B point left up here too. Might be a little... Oh, I guess it's a little hard to see. It would be like right there. Just kind of weird. Because it's on the other side of this gap. Oh, you could see that gap right there. Hold on. Wherever that gap was, it's right there on the other side of that gap. Can't see it on the candlesticks. You can see the gap though. Which is really weird. But whatever. It's also the tip of the triangle, so... Just about a third consecutive low on the bigger picture moves. The first of the three starts to become an interest as well. It's like, what's up with this level? Usually I make them blue. Because they've already been hit, and it's like, well, off of where? The wicks? It's kind of rough. It's crazy how it meets just close to the B point and receives so much pressure against it. You would think it would just make it to the B point, right? But no, so much trouble, so much volume comes in right before. There's an incredible amount of volume right before they hit the B point there. It was like a huge roadblock for a second. Doesn't mean it's not going to make it through it, but at that moment, the volume increased. And that's the B point in the bottom of the range right there. Effectively finished that B point and created a new one. And I could mark this one here too as well, even though it was hit. Still isn't a level that we could apply fibs to. The 141 to the 100 has been common. If we do that, it could be replica of what we did on the bottom. Curious about that. Of course, it's approaching middle range. Come back to the untested B point that was left untested in the environment that we had before. A 161. It's intriguing as well that in the bigger picture here, you can see that overall, we've barely retraced, to the 38, right? But then if we look at the other indexes, they've retraced significantly into this move. Almost 78% retracement on the SPY. And on the Dow, a 50. The Dow's at a very significant B point right now as well. Basically a giant W. Played out perfectly off of a 188-200, so it's an intriguing level. And for the SPY to be so far past the 61, it's like that didn't even work for them. This is a new trend though, it's in danger of breaking. Short term, it's just blasted up to a B point there.
Yeah, it's coming off at 188, 200, eh, John?
It's made a little bit of a B point
Yeah, but it
in
made that B point
here.
too down below, eh? It just sort of, that was added confluence, I think. But the one's still under the 15, so we shall see on the RSI.
Yeah, this is a controversial middle point.
Yep, not a great place to do any trading, that's for sure.
Yeah, the other index is being so different. It's very interesting.
Might be a 261 down here then. Start getting into the yellow zone on the volume node.
On the volume node, yeah. I can't help but notice though that every other time we've been at these extremes, they've been pretty intriguing times, I would say. At least they've started pretty controversial times. It's been very good about clearing its B points here. This one's basically a very small one. Make it smaller. But what we could be interested in doing is something like a spike on the top with a consolidation and a spike on the bottom. Something like that could be on the table. It's just an easy thing to put in the middle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I knew, and the thing is when it makes it's technically like a fourth wave right now. Like if it like it's done this movement again right here, which is kind of interesting. In a weird way.
Now for the fifth wave, is that what you're saying?
Well, it could make one, yeah. Yeah, this is the fifth wave. If it decides to break this short-term support, that's the fifth wave. Which it's underneath right now, and I'm like, it's truncated until it meets the extreme, but it is the fifth wave. But this line, I do think it's going to lead ultimately to the high breaking, and it's just like traps and tricks so far underneath the trend break. What's interesting about the time that we've met this extreme is that every other time that we met the extreme, the Oh, I guess the orange was close to it here, and it strayed away to the other side without even touching it. And then when we got to the other side, it was roughly in the middle. Now it's like the closest it's ever been to the reversal, like running into it. So I'm like, I'm not too sure about that being a reversal indication. Thing is the other indexes are also in a situation where, you know, they're about to, like the Dow is about to touch the 61 as well, so that could be an interesting thing where no other index has that. And it's like, I would say it's moving the clearest out of all the indexes right now. Like do you see the Dow right here, how it literally came off of a 188-200 like that, and it just came straight back to the B point that was here. That's crisp, but it left one up here. And I mean, this one's been the most concise mover of the day. And we're past the, yeah, that 261 is at that node right there on the old 61 area. Makes for an interesting point. Hmm. And this is this chart. Ultimately, the high was the blue and white line. One B point remains above, just like on the Dow though. So that's interesting about that. You know, the one that does remain is higher, just like the Dow's. Hmm. This is a controversial distance. We made it on the top and the bottom, and now we make it in the middle. Hmm. That's the 61 up there. So like we had a spike, this is like considered a spring to the spike, because where the spike started from and retraced to, the spring began after, and a retracement happened into the spike. Typically the design is to rival the red zone. But it is true that the farther we pull back, the higher the fibs will go. And as they currently sit, it puts a lot of interest on the VWAP. Like the 188-200 is wrapped around the VWAP at the high on this current low, which is interesting to me. It's convenient. Like I'm looking at this. And we've basically done that again and pulled back to the equivalent of the, yeah, that's the 41% retracement right there, okay? So it pulled back 41% retracement into that move before it started dumping, before the report started happening. I just find that so suspiciously particular that here we are yet again at that point where we're here. Same spot. Same thing. No report though. And what that reminds me of is when we saw 1, 2, 3, 4 on the high, and then it dumped down and it made 1, 2, 3, 4, and I was like, that is how it makes an S wave. And I mean, like, is it similar to it making the 1, 2, 3, 4 across here, and then coming up and doing 1, 2, 3, 4? And if you look at that, and this, they're both methods of being able to return back to the mean. The last thing to happen is an upwards move every time it's happened, because it has to get back up to the mean. And we've already done that. We've already gotten back to this point.
Hey, John.
Yo.
It doesn't work now. I'm back, so
Nice.
they just cancel it all on me. So we're chilling.
Right on. This line is actually a lot more impactful than it was before. That one stands out a lot to me as something that could be of use in the future. And what's funny is it's the same design as this line. Same design. Except this one's old. You know, the other indexes, you know what they remind me of? This. Like, okay, you see right there. And I go to the SPY. And it's like so close. It's like, you know, another thing that's similar is all of this chop being wide and then thin at the top. When it broke that trend, it was straight down, and straight down to where? 94% retracement of the entire move. Well, it was true that the majority of it was choppy up like that, and then it was like straight down, and it did get to that point, and it was at that point that the trend was rivaled, and it was rivaled well. So I'm curious about that. When that happened was middle of the night. And then the Dow getting ever so close to it, 61. You can see that gold bar right there. Take your pick between the 61 or the 261. We got a double whammy right there. Which is, I would say that's easily the best pattern on the market. You know, it's played out perfectly. And Nasdaq doesn't look anything like that. It looks like a spike in spring. This is a crazy pattern. I'll be damned if it ever spends this much time doing it again and I don't notice. You know? That's how I feel about that. To the point where I want to be able to draw it out without having to look at it or nothing, like I did today. That's how well I want to know them. Because it spent time doing that. And it spent time making those the extremes and making this the way that technically it started here and ended there. Like it was the way that it chose to make an S wave that day. And that's messed up. But for everything just to end in the middle, it's got some wild ways of that happening. I tell you, how many different ways can the market end up back in the middle? I tell you, it's countless. That's incredible movement right here. Good, good, good. What's really weird about that is it did this too here. And I mean, is it gonna do that? You know, it's very, very intriguing. Very intriguing because it did the same thing exactly again. Like, no joke. It's the same thing, 100%. If I change the colors, you know, you see all of those lines? They match what it just did right here. Wow, it's incredible. But you can only find it if you look. And it's not because I've seen this pattern a million times that it's the case, but there are B points that have been getting hit like this. To the point where we've had two sequences. 2 times that it's been interested in doing this. It's an interesting perspective. And I'm like, where did they make the 61? They made the 61 right here, as of now. So like the Dow had a little gold bar. This is like it. That broke. Lax retest. I'm just loving these trends that break with no retest. It's like, wow, where does that come from? You know? It's like after all those retests, and then it's like, what retest? It doesn't even do that anymore. Things have changed. Well, clearly, doesn't even have any interest in doing the thing that it did the best. You know? And it's like, well, what caused that change? This trend break. Well, it's a falling wedge we've seen before. You know that falling wedge we've seen before at a time that caused a big dump over here. Falling wedge after a nice choppy upwards 5-wave move. And then we're presented with the same thing. Gives people different results. Now, wouldn't it be something for it to break the red-yellow line instead of tank out of the bottom? You know, like this is the red-yellow line that never broke until then. I mean, like, you want to know what that would look like if we did that again? Well, first of all, it wouldn't hit the red-yellow line at all because we'd be falling. But if we were falling, we would fall so hard, and then we would fall, you know, harder, and then it would come all the way back to this point, like a big waste of time. And I'm like, well, that's what it did last time. It did a falling wedge. Like, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Now, I'll tell you one thing. A report started at that minute. So, you know, it's very interesting that that's what they did with that pattern at that time. And it did all come back to an absolute pinnacle of, like, sniping this blue and white line. It's like, that's the deal with that one. We're trying to step on it now, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to step on it. You want to know what I love about this move too? Is it's been conditioning people to think that this is a bearish pattern. Like, look, when it went sideways, down, and then up, it led to this move, okay? Okay, and it's acceptable for it to do this, but back to the middle. Back to the middle though. You know, do you see that on that red zone right there, we have a node right there. We are allowed to stand on it, you know. 100%. If it doesn't want to, that's fine. But if you lose your position for something that's been so obvious, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, this is the way that it liked to build this trend. Like, look at this. You might not see it, but the next thing that happened was the exact same movement. Again, every single thing happened from the high to the low to the bottom, everything. You know, the little crappy sideways movement, it's not exactly as long or whatnot, but the same kind of confinement area is definitely there. And then, you know, smaller versions of the same thing. Like I'll just go sideways, down, up, middle. Did it not do that? I mean, that's a smaller version of this thing, and it did it again and again until it was done. And that was the way of that trend, and now we don't see that anymore because that's not what it does. This is the new trend, and it's just broken, and it's nothing like this one, clearly. So, like, this one broke, you know, like here, which is so weird to me. You know, right at the point that was like, oh yeah, you know, like, remember what it looked like when it looked like that earlier? It's a huge danger or whatever, but no. Realistically, things are different. Things are different. Things have changed. And when you can see that it breaks now instead, and it's like, you know what it decided to do instead? It decided to break the trend so well it didn't even retest it. Instead of tanking. I mean, that's the opposite of tanking. That's, oh my goodness, it didn't even retest. It's blowing out of all cylinders. Not even this line, but it broke the next line as well. And I mean, like, oh, that's interesting. You know, it's a fact that it did that, and I'm like, well, it's really important to me, really important in general, I think. And also, one thing that's really important is we came back to this node. Every single thing out of the bottom of that node was bought back up as quickly as it was sold off. You could say quicker. And what if it's put on the other side of it? I know it's been a lot of time and it's taken a lot of, you know, patience to get to this point, but it's a spring. You know, that was what it was supposed to be before it happened. So I mean, it's like there's no way it could be negatively impacting anybody that thought it was a spring by this point, you know? So it's good to make sure that you've trimmed some off and make sure that it's safe. If you were in on the spring, if you've taken some at the bottom and sold off, you don't have to do anything right now. But wait for the blue line to become support, essentially. First, we test it to get through it. Then we test it from above. Maybe by the same distance we went below. Imagine that. Imagine that, eh? We put the entire move that we had down below here on top of that blue line. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Because like everybody's had all the time in the world to reposition themselves because of the bearish news in the morning, right? And it's like, of course they have. What do you think they're doing? They're selling to the institutions that clearly bought everything they had to sell. Or no. Or maybe no. I don't know, but it seems that that's the case because we're moving right back to where we started from, and it's happening very, very, very interestingly, very unforgivingly, you could say. It was very tough on everybody that tried any level the whole way through, and it's like one of those situations where it's like, oh, geez, if you capture a position and it runs into something, if you don't make it safe by that point, it's like expect to lose money, right? That was the way of that trend, and that's tough because it's like as soon as it hits the first barrier and you can take profit, if you don't, then you basically have signed up for a loss. And I'm like, that's tough. So you got like 1 millisecond of, when it snaps down to the low. It seems like that at the beginning. It got a little bit easier as it went on. It spent more time at the B points, offering more ability to take profit. Except for that one, it didn't get to that B point until later. But now that it's got to it, what B point exists down below? None. So if that's the case, what B points do exist? This one. This has undeniably been the hardest B point to fight for all day. How not if not? But the most valuable, because it's the farthest from the bottom, isn't it? Well, look at this one. Sure, this one. I didn't notice it all the way up there. But true, it is a B point, and it's been tested by some absolute crap chop, I guess you could call it. But it's not. It's nothing really that we can't get back to. I don't think in the long term. Breaking all of the lines on the chart to get to the destinations above are part of the agenda. What time is it? Oh, geez, yeah, plenty of time. I don't know where I found this playlist, but it's pretty chill. Geez, you know what's crazy about this? It's a W, and it's not like we were falling on W's too. What is with W's today? It's like the day of W's. All day we make W's, and it's like we make W's. Let me show you from the beginning. I'm gonna change this to white so you can see, and we'll go to the other chart. There's less stuff on it. But that blue and white line, I was on this chart when it got to it. But funny enough, I was on the other chart when it got to this target too. Look at that gold zone just get sniped like that. Absolutely beautiful. And you can take this target and put it right down here. Because at some point, the low of that node could get tested again. Don't be surprised if the B point gets sniped. At the end of the day, let me show you about W's. Like I was saying, and I mean, it's tough. It's tough because they're everywhere. Like W into, wait, hold on. This one was like a strange one, but it was still a W. Played out back to the B point, and then this one here is also a strange one. Didn't play back to the B point until then, but it totally did. And it's like, well, call that a strange one, but it was the one that it used again a minute later. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then again with these like strange kind of W's at the high. And then finally it ended on an M. It's kind of interesting. First M it made is done. Toast. And then we got over here, the M started the next trend and it created a W immediately and then did the other W. This W still has yet to play out. Obviously, it's right at the lower VWAP band to this VWAP up here. So like we're so far down from that mean that the upper standard deviation is all the way up there. Literally all the way up there, off the freaking chart. The VWAP's off the chart too, but it's crazy that that's the case. Now we've basically got to the 61 here. Who's to say we don't get to the 61 down below as well? I'm like, how many 61s did we do before? We did like it was crazy. It was like 61, 61, 61, 61, 61, 61. Then it's done, and I'm like, wow, incredible waste of time. If you're like, okay, let's move on, to something that actually makes money, because that's a confinement area that's so small and tight that all you can do is really observe, because it's just getting crappier and crappier as it goes on, because each 61 gets smaller and smaller until it goes into an oblivion and you just can't do any more 61, so it has to expand. And that's when we start to get that expansion. And it doesn't always have to be as neat as that, but you know. At the end of the day, the forgotten tip of the triangle was met. It was tough to get that, Tough. For these people, at least. Let's go back to the other chart. The blue line, right? It's a big deal. Look at the steepness on this trend, too. It's got power to it, though. It's different than this typical steepness that would bring a weak trend. Like, when you like to see steepness is when we've got a lot of built up energy and a lot of crap movement. That ends with steepness typically. And when we can see that there's starting to become levels that can give us like this, okay, isn't it interesting that it did go from the bottom green zone to the top red zone? Randy, you'll notice that probably, but that's
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, that's huge. So this is a spot where, like, if you haven't taken profit, which, I mean, I've taken profit here, so it's like I don't really care to take profit again here. I'm just like, all right, that's good enough, and the rest can rip.
Really nice movement today.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really, really huge fan of it. And yesterday was tough. A lot of people wouldn't want to be around probably for the next day, and it's like I could see that. Today they like seized control by the end of the day, and all of what people thought was bearish and what people sold into was eventually bought back up. And the way that I see them, they're laughing to the bank saying, hopefully you didn't sell your long trade from the bottom. That's what that says right there. It's like that was a fat hedge for them, and they still have all their assets. They didn't sell them in this dip, guaranteed. You know what I mean? It's like you can count on them to still own all their Nvidia, all their Apple, all their Facebook, or Meta, or whatever the hell they want to be called now. But, you know. But the best way to have played that is to have held all your assets and to have hedged it. And I think that that's what the big players did. And now the assets can continue without everyone being in fear of selling, because this was the impact of everybody's selling. They got it out of the way and they made money on it. Now we can move on. Everybody's got it out of their system. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. I think that that's the agenda. Like I said, this day, it's got that word stuck to me. It's like there's an agenda and it's being pushed by the most powerful, wealthiest entities in the Nasdaq market, basically. This is their agenda, and it is to break every single trend line and get to every single target that I specified since the beginning of the day. And it's not like it's been easy necessarily either, but it's easier than yesterday in its own way. At least it pays more, for crying out loud. And I mean, we haven't even started the breakout beyond the blue and white line yet. Like, this is the moment where the spike and spring has actually completed. Like, when I said that the spike could need a spring, well, the spike has completed a spring absolutely, to the point at which the spring, or to this point at which the spring started, it has come back. That's the main thing. It makes people difficult. It makes it hard for them to be in for the next all-time high when it does crap like this, overlaps a lot of the other movements where if people were long in that, they're just like, struggling. to be in or getting stopped out or finding an entry, and it comes down to a pinnacle of reversal where it does something different than what it did on the way down, and it basically shows everybody the same thing that caused the big dump. And then it's like, oh, you want to take it? You want to take it? And it does the opposite thing. And it's just like throws it in their faces. I'm like, of course. So interesting to me though, because I can see people falling for it. It's like it's very clear. But if your expectations are for the red yellow line to lead to the blue and white one, I mean, it's very clear at the end of the day. The spike led to the spring. The spring led to the baseline of the spike again, and it all comes back to the blue and white line. And we can see their moves that they decide with the pinnacle of reversal, decide to be off of that level. Now I'll tell you one thing. This is also the 61. So in combination with it, but you can see it got a tad through the 61. Why is that? To touch the blue and white line, perhaps? Could be the case. Wouldn't put it past it. Which is an interesting saying. But yeah, no, getting past the blue and white line is the objective, the agenda. It's like how are we supposed to get to the red zone if we don't get through it? So I'm like, that's an interesting point. At the end of the day, I do think that the red zone is going to be something that we're going to be interested in. This is the high of the node, so the B point might get hit before we actually get through the green zone. And sorry, the B point that I'm talking about is the untested one down below, and it could give it a good shot. So no stops are safe above that level. And what is that level? Is that not the time that it broke the trend? So it means that at some point it could come back to the point that it broke the trend, and it's also got a B point there. So I'm like, yeah, that's two reasons already for it to be interested in that level, and it's the low of the node. So if we come off the high of the node, no surprise it's interested in the low of the node. And it would be a right shoulder, ironically, positioned in a really weird way, but it's true. Left head and right, if it ever did get there, it's true, right? But that's like an interesting understanding of that environment because it is true. I mean, I can't help but notice that that is the case. It's like under no circumstances do we prevent it from getting through the blue and white line though. It's like so long as that's not the agenda, then we're good. But if the agenda is to get it through, then we're good. Because at the end of the day, making this node, this consolidation, this is how you make a really big triangle. Like if you take everything off the chart right now and look at it, tell me you don't see a triangle. It's definitely a triangle. Connect the highs and the lows. We'll do that in a second here. And hitting the middle of that B point down below, or at least trying, like it can be really crappy about it. It doesn't have to spend much time there at all. It can get so close and then miss it. So many different things, But if it hits it, that's a right shoulder at the same level as the left shoulder. And that's the interesting fact about getting to that B point. So far so good though, eh? And if you do have it, like I mean, you want to make sure that you're safe by this point. It's gotten close and everything. But under no circumstances does anybody not see the inverse head and shoulders now. It's totally like there. So I think that's maybe they don't see it. I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's it's not like it's positioned in an area to reverse a downtrend. So I'm curious about it. Does it give people trouble first? And I mean, like, what could that look like? A double left and a double right? Do you see how we had two left shoulders here? Like, what is that? Two left shoulders could mean two right ones. We had a head that was two. I don't know about that, but the two right shoulders and two left ones are typically what we look for. And I mean, I'll show you that. Like, see, yeah, it's not something I'm just pulling out of my ass. It's definitely something we saw not even too long ago. Maybe it didn't form the way I thought it would, but yeah, the two breaking the neckline. And what did they do? Well, it managed to produce the head, which is a rough head, out of the other side, but it did. And I'm like, well, that was the neckline between these two lows and these two lows, and that distance was provided out of this distance until it was all put to the test. They were like, if you're trading that crap, we're going to make sure that you're struggling, because it's really tough. It's not your average head and shoulders, and that's a fact, right? So this is now moved up here. A retest, a very strong one. And the triangle I was talking about. Like if you took everything off the chart, you could probably just see it from here. But like that. Big triangle. Big, big, big triangle. Ultimately, name of the game is to get on top of the triangle. This kind of jab is basically, it affects people that are in from the middle, not from the people that are still patiently holding from the low. Because at the end of the day, this entire consolidation, just remember, if we have this as a consolidation, and this is a giant spike.
We're basically in the middle.
Yep, that's what I mean.
I was using a few different analysis tools of mine. I was just like, you know what, kind of moving like we're in the middle. I look at the RSI, I'm like, damn, we're in the middle.
Yeah, it's a giant triangle in the middle, yeah.
Yeah.
It made a decent move from the low here up to the high. I like that one. That was a good one. That was a juicy move. And it was like right at the pinnacle of reversal that it was suggestive of being the end. And I remember seeing that. That was nice.
Well, I was just looking at it like, we're kind of in the middle of like either what looks like a W, it's under the VWAPs of mine, or an M.
Well, there has been one thing that I've been saying about a lot of the short-term moves, and we've been doing this so much, and it's been coming back and forth. But this move here, hitting the B point first and then that B point second, we've been doing that, and that's been how we make so many triangles. Like in these crappy little areas at the highs, like there's so many times that we do that on the 15 second. It's insane. And now I'm like looking at this and I'm like, well, it's very much like it reminds me of the 15 second. We got one of those. We're trying to come up here and then hit the other one. They like to hit them both. Kind of, it makes the area in between the two B points a very like hostile area where it's like not as attractive. Likes to get back to it though. Right now it's rejecting it, which is interesting because it's just provided a trend that could break to get back into it. Obviously this range has totally been tested again, sitting on top of it. How are the other indexes faring? Take a look here. So we can see the Dow absolutely sniped that 61 area. Looks like it had an impact. Yeah, so in there's that 261 and there's the 61. Which would lead that to be a 5-wave move, putting a lot of stress on this line. I only mention this because the Dow's been the crisp mover of the day. Nasdaq stuck in the triangle, where now it's getting to the phase where it's going to be interested in making wicks and spikes outside of the triangle to effectively return right back to the middle of it. Which I guess I could make this bar honestly gold, because that's what it's going to be like. So all of these I can turn down because they're less significant to me. The current ones, keep them brighter. It's ironic that it tried to continue expanding on that blue line. Didn't quite make it to the top line for an expansion again. One thing I noticed on the Dow is that when it came down like that and hit this level down here, it came back up to the B point. And then when it made another gyration, it only came back to that level, not the B point. Because it considers it already cleared because it's already tested it. We've seen that today. It's a very dangerous move, you know. It means that in the event that it does it like this, where it's like M and it hits it, when it comes down, all it might be interested in doing is hitting that level because it considers this played out. I mean, like, of course it does come to an end eventually. But it's twice that we've seen this pattern happen on the short term, and things could come to an end here shortly for this pattern and its ability to continue playing out. Because God forbid the people catch on, right? I think that's exactly how they think about it. And I don't think it's the work of the people that are making these patterns, but the institutions that have all the money. They only make the patterns because they work against the people that don't understand them. At least that's the way I've come to understand it. Or else, why is it true that there can be so much clarity and so much accuracy and so much precision and it can go unnoticed by the majority of the public? Then who is responsible for that precision? That's an interesting statement. It's like, if you know, let me know. I'm interested because, like, literally, who's responsible for it? It's got to be Wall Street. And understanding it in the way that is the most precise has got to be their secret trading strategies they don't want you to know about that change on a regular basis, but constantly make sense if you understand the way that they intend to make them because of the reasons behind needing them in the marketplace. You know, it's like, why do we need to fulfill the certain specifics? And who decides those specifics? Becomes an interesting question. I don't know. I don't decide the specifics, but I read them like I'm reading a book. It's more like reading math instead, though. It's not like reading language. It's like reading variables. Like, oh, what are the different variables of this equation? And how do you get an understanding out of what you've been given? That's basically what I see it as. You know, how do you get an understanding of the trends that you've been given, the distances that you have, the channels that you have, the movements that there are between them? They all matter to me. Whereas they're deemed insignificant to most. But that's why I love the consolidations that are tight. They make people quit, you know, and look what happens after. It's huge movements. The 50% retracement. diving for the 61 almost, but it's running out of volume here, just on the other side of that green zone. And the 50, which the 50 has been a pretty controversial level over the course of the past few. This becomes a line that I think we're going to see a lot more of. I love the equality above and below it. Like this has become a medium line for the moment. It's like I believe we will thoroughly get back to that line, as it is a middle line. So it's kind of like a blue line in a weird way. Very strange. But one that we get back to as a medium point. Very, very strange way. The consolidation that met the sideways down and then up that never went down ended up making a move like this, which does pose an interest of on this support that it's left untested, as well as the fact that we've expanded. So strange that we've done that move before. It's not as uncommon as you would think, but that being just exactly that move like that, it's like very strange. Why would it stop like that right there? Got a little bit in there, but curious about that. Could be a little bit choppier, but that's fine. Green zones do that sometimes. I find this expansion incredibly intriguing because, you know, I see that, you know, it's kind of like it did this before, you know. Here, wow, shit, that's very similar. Think about that. See, what that tells me is really interesting. How do I get to that new chart here? Nope. I found a new one. See, what I want to know is why that volume profile looks so different. Been looking at it all day. I know what it looks like. It doesn't look like that. So weird. What's going on there? Oh yes, the expansion. All right. And DQM. That's what it is. All right. So yeah, this expansion into what we've done right now. Now I'm seeing it a lot actually. We've done that. It's not the same though. The support is the same, almost. But that reminds me specifically of what I was looking at earlier, where we had, specifically 4 highs earlier as well, which is really weird because it was separated by a big move, and then it had 4 highs as well. But this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's garbage. When it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it does 3 extra, those are still considered the 5th wave. Like a leading diagonal or an ending diagonal, where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then does an extra 3 and goes, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everything's normal. 1, 2, 3, not so much, and then it goes down. So that's the deal with that one. And then here, I'm like, well, what's up with like this farther away point? We saw earlier when we made 1, 2, and 3 and strayed away far. That was a big deal. I don't see it in reverse here though. Hold on a second. Let me think about that. Because it undeniably. I mean, look. It's what it did before. Or am I tripping? Like that looks pretty similar, if you'd ask me. Not the volume profile though. It is weird though. I don't know what's up with that. Why it's considered all different. We're gonna document this picture. See what the hell's going on there. Because that's what it did before, and this is what it did now. And that's really interesting to me. Yeah, sure. You know what's interesting about this is these 3 lows had another one here and it chopped for a bit, just like it is doing now. It could still make another spike. This movement right here, I don't think it's as far. I don't think that we did that move, you know, or half of it down. Like if I look at that move, right? We took roughly half of this upwards move, and put it out the bottom. Because the other side was like that. And I mean, if we're to be proper about it, the way that it was before, it's truly not the same. I can tell that that's the case. Where we are is very much like in this choppy area right here, like it made a circle here, and it makes a spike. I mean, of course, it doesn't have to, but in the event that it does, it would be the same. And if it is the same, well, I mean, God forbid you would prevent it from being the same, which is one way that I do see it making the sideways chop, going up a bit, down, and then rallying. And it's like, that is a weird way to do it. Because what's weird about that is usually we get the consolidation, and then we get the upwards move, the downwards move, and the continuation. Let me prove it to you. Go down here, and we can find sideways, then down, sideways, up, then down, goes higher. Hmm. This is incredible though that it manages to do that. Go out of its way in lengths to make sure that so many things are even in the sequence that we've seen before. Like I said, I'll be damned if it shows it again and I don't notice it. Now, you want to know what's interesting? Does it not? It doesn't come from this, does it? We don't have that right now anywhere. It doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. Does it? You know, like this is the three lows that we have right now. Holy crap! That's if I overlap it. You see how similar that is? That's incredible. All of the old price action is throughout the same area, and then it comes up to the same point and comes down to the same point. Like, I know that seems kind of like a headache, but let me just take a picture of that and paste it. That's what they look like overlapped. Or, you know, that's kind of crazy, sure. It's incredible though. So does that mean that there's going to be consolidation up here? Like, wow, if there is, like, talk about schematics, like what is Wyckoff when it does things like this? That's incredible. That's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't have time for anything else if it's doing that. That's what's interesting about it, because if it does it, you know, it's going to be following those three lows and make a larger move away from it just to make a new extreme. And if you think about this being the most effective way to get people out, think about it. Everybody that tries here is wrong, 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 and then basically they get a relief, and then till all of it's made wrong again, and everyone's back to square one by this point, unless you're holding from below. And what does below here look like? Isn't it interesting that it's choppier and crappier, less exciting moves happen below? And everyone's excitement came from above. All the trend breaks came from above. And they're like, oh, hopefully you kept it. You know? And if you hedged against, then it's better, but obviously every situation doesn't permit. Curious myself. Oh yeah. If we get this first and we haven't come from this one, do we get it next? Alright, disregard this for a second. I'm gonna take a look at that real quick, upside down. See what it looks like real quick. Because things do happen in reverse. If we've never seen them before in reverse, it's nice to pay attention to them. And it's like this could be how we've seen an M into a W so many times before. So incredible that that's incredibly clear there. And this is one way of doing that. One thing that I find incredibly interesting about that is the fact that it has this kind of bar going through the middle where it undeniably is consolidating more as it crosses through the same level multiple times. And in these levels is it doing that? No. So it's different. And they're different parts of the sequence, but throughout the entire sequence, that's what it's doing. And that undeniably is different than this. It's different. It's not the same. And this one, it's interesting because the equilibrium is on an angle. But do you see how the equilibrium is on an angle? Yeah, of course it is. Look at the middle. And it's so even on both sides. It's incredible. And I mentioned that because I am curious about that, being the consolidation that separates the two more violent moves. Now, in these consolidations, coming down very close to, or if not the bottom, is sometimes the case before continuing. It's tough, but whatever. At the end of the day, how many times has it done this on the way up? And is it so bad if it does it in the bigger picture as well? It shouldn't be, because the job has been to withstand it on the short term, and it may be on the long term as well. Just like we've been seeing many small versions and big versions, is it not good to prepare for, large moves to happen out of the short ones that we may be a part of? It's like the short-term moves can expand into these large long-term reversals. You may only be targeting a small um, portion at first, but that could be for a small portion of your trade. You know, depending on what it looks like when you get there, you have the option to take the profit, take more profit, to drag the stop, to not drag the stop, to secure it, to take off enough to make the stop profitable. You know, we have the 61, a level that's never safe really to drag your stop above if you're exposed from below it. It's just the reality of it. It's a level that is quite frequently hit. Like, let's take a look at the first move that happened out of this range. Did you know that if you caught this low, you already had to be experienced in catching this 61% retracement? Because it literally demanded that right off the beginning of this trend that you understood that you'd have to hold through that move. That's the 61% retracement. It's just done it again in the bigger picture. What's the difference? Because it took more time. To a human being, it's more different. To the market, it's no different. The three lows here too. I'm intrigued. Maybe a smaller version of what we saw in the downtrend here. And typically the smaller versions have been the end of it. So I'm curious about that. The downtrend is so far away. I'm curious about that too. Why so far? But yeah, like I said, this is the 61. It's a controversial level. Everybody likes to take part in it and its response. So far, what has its response been? Wicks and spikes. Back to the gold bar, I suppose you could say. That line, even though it broke before, it could be very important again. You can see how it kind of got sniped. All starts with a short-term move. The first of the three lows is left untested. Of course, this B point, couldn't really consider it fully tested, but what's interesting about it is it did make a swing at it here, and sometimes it only comes back to there. And it looks like it's kind of been that way so far, but that's an easy level to break, to be honest, so I'm curious about that. The depiction of the volume on this is a little bit different than usual. Which it gives a more jagged kind of look to it, which is interesting. Provided by a forex broker, so. What's incredible is how much buying is up there. That's really rough. What I find interesting about this line right here is it's like a red-yellow line. And at the end of the day, if I look at how it's responded to the blue and white line on the other chart, it's incredibly similar to the blue and white line test. Like it is the blue and white line. That's definitely kind of interesting.
It's at 161 right now.
I see that. Ultimately, I see it breaking the blue and white line. That's the whole name of the game. It's just cleaning everyone out first, it would seem. Because what's strange about that line is, you know, it's the same line that everyone will have when they draw this line. It's the blue line, which is kind of intriguing. It's been made into a red and yellow line. So it's like for those that didn't have the blue line before, they will draw it in like that. And it will get them the same line. Which is interesting to me, for it to be highlighted like that so much. I think what we do on the other side of that line will be like what we've done on this side. Now, just like an N wave, right? When we do an N wave where there's a channel in the middle, this movement, although it happens out of the other side, like depending on the dip, this movement only gets us through the trend how much? Not quite even. Oh, actually, you know what's crazy about that distance right there? It's roughly the size of this, give or take the wicks and spikes on the high and low. Here, that would be twice the distance. Which is intriguing to me, honestly. I can't lie. That is a very, very strange thing. For it to be half of this so far. The 61 definitely getting a lot of attention. People like to trade at it, like I said. Wow, this is the longest that it's grinded that low since this time. Like if I take this circle, bring it over here, it's the last time we did that. It's not even really like we did that on the high, kind of. The distance was made there. That's kind of interesting. Can't help but notice that that same kind of confinement area is really similar to the spot and to the size that we are in. However, the market is higher than it was when it was there before. And this is slightly higher. Not really a divergence.
I mean, as long as the 1 minute's still under the 15 on the RSI, we're still going down, I guess.
Oh, that could change in a dime.
Oh, I know, I know.
Like it could change in like seconds.
Maybe it wants 4 drives. Has worked like that lately, yeah.
Oh yeah, it loves 4 drives. You got to allow for the 4th drive, and the 4th drive can be a little bit of a, a little bit longer one too, which is kind of crazy. Certainly making that 4th drive.
It also hit the lowest B point there on the left. It's around 9:54 this morning.
Yeah, it's like it re-hit every B point again at this point. But it does have B points that are left above that, I would question like that one. It developed quite well to its 161. That's a level that I do think that it's going to be interested in. It's also the high of the node there too, so that's something. Might not stay there for long. We'll see. Back to the 61 there. On the other chart, this was that one that I kind of shaded to blue because it was, you know, fake braked, and the need to get back to it, make it centralized, could be on the table with that. Testing it from above is also something that should be allowed. Curious about whether or not we'll test the 61 from above again as we pass it. Very well could enjoy that movement.
I got us really far away from the downtrend line too, so there should
Mm-hmm.
be some sort of sideways shenanigans going on.
Well, what's weird about that is that kind of method has changed. Like when we saw that, this morning's downtrend was like that, right? It was far away and it went to it though. So that's one thing we can mark down, is one thing that it did today that was different to what it did yesterday, because it didn't do that yesterday. It took forever yesterday, and yes, today when I started the stream, I was like, hey, it's gonna make an effort at trying to make it quicker, not sideways. And it didn't get to it by going sideways and then breaking out of it. It went to it, broke out of it, and stayed breaking out of it until it got to the point that that dump started right there. And it's interesting because it was in the business of starting of going back to where the dump started from, since the beginning, or doing its best to try to. Even these ones here. And it's interesting too because the beginning of the day there was a blue line. That one.
It's crazy. I just posted my chart in the exclusive call. See where that second spike just spiked to, or the spring? Sorry.
Let's take a look here.
See that white dash line?
Oh, is that the 100 there?
Yeah, that's the
Oh
full
wow,
channel.
jeez. I like it when things get sniped like that.
It's crazy how it's still working.
Mm-hmm. This huge triangle never got retested either. That's another
Definitely left early.
suspicious thing. Yeah, it's got so much space there too. It's got all the time in the world. That gold bar too. I think everything we do below it, we could do above it. So yeah, this movement on the left hand side is something that we could basically consider. When we were in that circle before, it went to do a further spike down, and from what I can see, everything is very similar in that case. And it starts by coming back to that consolidation, testing people. And this is where it really had the most of that consolidation. It's like it's re-breaking old trend lines. Like you see these old, I left them on there, grayed them out because I was, you know, this reason it's using them again, and it's very very intriguing when it manages to get back to fake break trend lines. Because it's the case that this trend line will have to break if we're ever to see that B point, right? And that's the really interesting part about that. It becomes a matter of, unless that B point is to never be tested, how does that trend break? well, the limited space that it has in the current area that it enjoys trading, maybe even in this node, is kind of coming to an end. We can even see that, if I drag this over, the amount of movement that it did outside of the bottom of that range was very, very swift and quick back into the node.
Good music. And we're also going for possible S wave. Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, sorry, thanks. This movement right here could be underway to get us back to that middle. I like it. Something like this.
Yeah.
Jeez. There we go. Yeah, the B point's untested there, and I mean this reminds me of something like that the Dow would be doing. Is the Dow even moving well anymore? Because it was moving quite well before. Kind of broke that trend like absolute crap, but I think it's going to be interested in that new trend again. Reminds me of the Nasdaq coming back to that purple line. Nasdaq. The whole move came back to that purple line right there. It kind of stalled out. I think that's on the table. We break that. So suspicious to me that if you look closely on this one, I'll take off some of these other levels. But everything came back to this blue and red line. And I think that line was very important. Also the red zone and the green zone. Spikes on either side. I question whether or not it wants to do a Wyckoff on it. Phase A at least. And that's like weird because it reminds me of the entire day actually. It's like, is there something? This is phase A. As we would see it in a Wyckoff. the circle with the downwards move. Circle, then the downwards move, then the upwards move that goes back to the circle, and then back down again, but not quite all the way, and then up a little bit. That is the same move. Same components exist. Phase A can be the only one sometimes. That's why I highlight it, because its accuracy is intriguing. What it means is you just have to allow for a pullback. Like, phase B can be bad, it doesn't have to do what it says. It can be brutal. It can be boring. It can be like, you could look at it like it's bogus, you know. It's not gonna work, you know, because it hasn't got time for phase B. That's the thing. Nobody's got time for phase B anymore. It would seem. At least that's what phase A says when it ends every time, you know, literally. Because phase A ends and phase B is like you can go 1-2 moves into it and it's done. It's doing something so different that it's, you know, on to the next thing before you know it. Snipe the B point though. Yeah, the red zone's an interesting level. I noticed that on short term, it's like a huge untested B point up there. It's like, where was that tested from? It was never tested. That's a huge node right there on the other side of this range. You can see like it's tried to avoid it. This little dip that it had in here is reflective of what it managed to do in here and a little bit of this. That's all that that is. That's all that that's showing. Anything else that's in there is as, you know, barren as it is down here, pretty much. And a gold line marks the middle of that range, representing a previous 261 level or 61 variant, which is intriguing to me.
Hey, John, this may be an inverse head and shoulders, maybe just a very sort of micro version of what we had this morning, where, you know, inverse, you're thinking it's going to go up and it just dumped on us.
Interesting, interesting. Well, I can see that it's trying to build the same kind of staircase up that it has down here, and it's like multiple shoulders, I suppose you could say, in the sequence. I question whether or not it wants to just grind the green zone.
Wondering if we're going to be, this might be the fifth wave.
That's an interesting one.
Well, I look at the V at the top, right? And start there, say around 12, 13, 12, 14. You can go higher if you want to, and then just have it come down from there.
Oh, here. Interesting.
Yeah. Because, you know, the longest is usually the third drive, so. But it is bringing the 15-minute up, so I don't know. It's,
I think
we're going to take the staircase up.
this right here, this line can work like a threshold line, because you know how it can be really choppy at the beginning and then something can like kind of speed it up. This is one of those lines, I think. I think that when we break that green line, all of this essentially crap will be will be over with because it's
You
tough.
put a portion line there, John, or what? That
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
straight line?
Yeah, because that was the original downtrend, right? And it was treated like crap. So like enough for most people to like remove it, you know. And I took that line and put it on the bottom, and I was like, wow, that is precise for all of those moves. And then I'm like, well, that's what it looks like if it doubles, and it did double. It did double originally. It doubled, well, basically, it got to like the 195 or something, and then came back down to this level and came all the way back down to the support. Like That's like one of the, like, if you think about this as a range, like this is probably one of the, like, the cheekiest retests you can do, really. Basically, people, are in here, they're like, oh, what a nice trend break, and then effectively it comes so far down where it's like, yeah, it's basically taken what it did out of the top and put it, out of the bottom and more. Of course, it's not as low as the bottom, but it's all very close. And very typical movement for it to be very close there too. Yeah, it looks like a pretty crisp inverse head and shoulders playing out to the neckline. Green zone again. Certainly grinding the green zone though. That's one thing that it is doing, and I can't help but notice that's the POC as well. We've made it into one. So I'm like, wow, we come back from that red zone, we're gonna feel this place. And it's funny to me too that on those two nodes, it reminds me of the morning where I was literally like, all right, we've got two nodes. And I do this like almost every day where I'm like, look at those two nodes. And we've done them before. We end up like doing them up here. We do have a, yeah, what's strange about those two nodes is the fact that they already existed up here. Maybe not recently, but they could have been. Curious about that volume. I don't think there's going to be one really on the top. No. Because the distances between the two nodes, you know, they represent the relationship between the red zone and the green zone, which is a very similar distance to the red zone and green zone that we had at the top. We have seen it today, but it was difficult to make it through the green zone. And like here we are presented with the same kind of challenge where, you know, the last time we were associated with the green zone, we came down so hard. And this time we didn't. But this time there is something there that it chooses to respect a little bit more than it did before. Well, it is lower than it was before. So it'll be easier for bullish patterns to work. Could be wave 2, you know. That's an interesting idea. In the opposite direction. It is a very much like a triangle, so we have to give it that. You know, it's a fact. You know, I can't take it from that. I know that until this triangle ends, there's a good chance that it's every move that we see is in association with that triangle, including the ones that leave it. Doesn't matter. Question becomes, if it is so triangular, are we interested in putting this on the other side? I like that, you know. Could test the triangle from the top first, maybe even both sides, but getting above that green zone seems like it's on the table so that we can use it as a support, so that we can see what it's like to turn this into a support, basically. Here we are attacking the B point again, trying to break through it, trying to step on top of it. This one, the old one. It's the edge of the node, the beginning of the gap, the most controversial spot. The brink of the edge of the gap. Yeah, we're in the gap basically now. I mean, it doesn't really linger in the gap usually. That's the one thing about it. Usually it either moves really quickly through it or it avoids it. And I mean, it's been avoiding it for a long time. The next thing is to move quickly through it. In the history of this gap, there's been few times that we haven't. I guess we did put a little bit of chop in it here, but every other time has been as quickly as we've went into it, we've left it. And I think that the last time that we were in it was relatively choppy. The next time could be quick. I think that green dash line here, and the one that's going down, like I said, could propel the market forward. In the event that we go sideways into it as well, it's not so bad. Could this triangle produce another one? Yeah, it's possible on top of the green zone. Because right now, like I said, we're doing this test of this node. Like it wants to see what it's gonna be like to step on top of that node. You know, like that's the major prerogative. You can see right now it's sitting on top of it like it's king of the castle, right? Like it essentially bought everybody out. Like whoever was behind that big candle just bought everybody out and stepped on top of them like it owned them. Like that's the way I see it. It's like working down the keep to the castle, the green zone and the red zone. You know, it's like under siege. Everything that they have is being thrown at that wall, and this node is like the result of it. Then basically they step on top of it like it's rubble and continue beyond. It's like a weird way to interpret it, but I don't know why I think of it like that. But that's the way that I see it. I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's beautiful though. Look at it work. That's the main thing, right? I'm like, as long as it works, right? You know, jeez, beautiful. It's not something that can be like super large, but as well as the green dash line is something that I do think that's going to be involved. The green dash line is something that I like to break out from, not break out to. I don't like the fact that we're going quick to it, but it better speed up when it gets to it, because it's not something that's meant to hold us back. Something else has to hold us back before it, so it can't be the whole thing holding us back. That's the deal with this. If it is, you know how it holds us back is by stepping on it. Because this is, okay, nobody thinks about this, right? Because it's like you'd think that this would hold us down. But if we step on it, what's the difference? It's still holding us back for just the same amount of time. It's like, does it matter that it's a little bit higher? Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to go through the same process of pulling back, whether it does it before or after the trend. Does it matter? No, just let it do it. That's the main thing, because God forbid you prevent it from doing it. You lose your position for the break of the trend and the return to the blue and white line. This is the gold bar, the equilibrium. And the ATR is pretty decent, like in comparison to how it should be at the end of the days. It's held relatively well. It's not at like 3 or something. Like, you know, it could have been like come 1600. Oh yeah, I guess it's been around 6, but that's not too bad. I think given the opportunity for it to stay like this, it would increase. Like the ATR should be on the increase a little bit as soon as the average pulls around. If they kill it off in the middle here, that would be tragic. But I think that that line's it's a it's a line that propels it forward. Like how I remember it, like remember explaining it is like the Mario Kart booster tracks. You get through that line and it's like a little bit of a jolt to the next level. Supposed to propel us. It's kind of doing a good job. Now it did rush to it, so I mean like that kind of hinders its ability to be really great, which I'm like, all right, you know, it sees the red zone here, takes them off in the red zone. But it did propel it like that. You see, you can test it from above now, because I said, remember, if it doesn't have a crappy decline off of it, it could be interested in testing it. So that means you don't short it, but you don't drag your stop in its path of testing that level ever, like, you know, in this environment. I would say ever, but I don't want to demand anything of anybody, but you know, I'm very strict with my rules. I don't want to be too strict on everybody, but you know, that's the case. Like I noticed that it's a very difficult thing to catch, and wouldn't it suck to give it up just because of something stupid like that, right? That's what I mean. Because it totally did propel it forward, like the booster track said, right? Now, either you love it or you hate it, but you remember it, and that's the main thing. I'm trying to make sure that you remember it so that you're better for tomorrow, so that that's not going to affect you negatively tomorrow. That's the main thing, because you understand it, you know, and that's the main thing. If you don't understand it, I can elaborate in many other ways, you know, very 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 other ways, because it's very simple. You know, it's not very complicated. I don't think it's very simple. Like the concept of it needing to get away from this area. What did I say about it before? I was like, when we get out of that line, it could be when we're done with this crap, I said. Literally. You know, like all of this in here. You know, pardon my language, but it's true. That's what I said. And it is basically you can see why I would use that word, because it's tough on everybody that's a part of it, and it doesn't give anybody any breaks until the end. And it's unless you fought until the end, or unless you held to the end. I mean, how do you be in? How is it benefiting anybody that didn't do one of those two things? And unless you know, I assume some people hold from the bottom, some people don't show up. Some people are here from here, you know, and they have to catch it. And I'm like, well, I will show you how to catch it, but I'll show you how to hold it. You know, at the end of the day, keeping the stops at the extreme is key. This is beautiful. And I've done it like that, taking them off as we go. Oh, super. You're open micing. How you doing, buddy?
My bad.
You're good, man. You're good. So we just came back to that final B point. Unbelievable, eh? That's just absolutely shocking how it did this. And it propelled like no tomorrow. And the blue and white line's in danger. These people are coming for them. It's crazy. Because, you know, like, oh, look at the other chart. Let's look at the other chart. What was it called again? It had a special name. There's a new chart. NDQM is what it is. This chart is very responsive because I have nothing on it. Doesn't have to load anything. It's beautiful. They have to, you know, yeah, it'd be interesting. You should be able to have multiple copies of the same chart. I think you can actually, now that I think about it. Probably would be easier. But I do find it interesting to have different analysis on multiple different providers as well. You can get an idea. It's like what's going on with this volume? It's like this provider's smoking something crazy because that's absolutely insane. It shouldn't be allowed. Like, you know, honestly, in my opinion, I think that all brokers should have to sign an agreement saying there's one price for the index and it's that price, and if they give a different one, then they pay a fee or a fine because it should be illegal. You know, everybody should have the same price for the freaking index. It's ridiculous that they don't. But, you know, that's my 2 cents on that. Sorry. Good to keep hydrated. Right.
We're doing the same about amount of retracement actually right now as we did on the other side.
Yeah, it could be a giant inverse head and shoulders, but the one thing about the inverse head and shoulders lately, like if I show you from the morning, the right shoulders.
Not working.
Well, the shoulders have been disproportionate. Like this, for instance, or you know, when they make a low, with a lower low and a higher low. It's just like they've been disproportionate consolidations that have amounted to Head and Shoulders that with those problems have amounted to working out, but they've had weird problems to them. Like sometimes they forget the right shoulder. Like sometimes the right shoulder is so much higher and smaller, and it works. And I mean, like it's strange. It's strange that it does that.
Like they're trying to figure out new ways
To make them. Yeah, exactly. Because they're like, yeah, they took an attack at the cheat sheet in 2023. Now they're getting pretty creative with it. It would seem because the inverse Head and Shoulders, like even on the low here, like do you see how there's clearly a low and a lower low and a higher low, but like what's up with the low here, the low there, and then this one, and it still worked though. And I'm like, well, and then we were talking about this as well with the how many do we need here? Do we need like 7 on either side now? Yeah, right? It's crazy. But I'm for it though. If it wants to continue to make it difficult, I know it's not. It's difficult for the people that lack the discipline, the patience, the determination, and everything to try and, maintain it. And I'm like, well, if you're holding from the bottom, you don't have to take. Like, it's an interesting show, so you can choose to take part in it if you want to. Like, if you're in from the bottom, you can trade on a different account or something like that. But
So, I
mhm.
also see some sort of like a potential like channel. You see that seemingly what the left shoulder will be
Okay,
to that inverse.
yeah, like this.
Yeah. Here, I'll just post my. You'll see the channel around it.
Okay, because what I was going by was the big left shoulder, and then the crappy right shoulder could get us going. Like we don't have to have much of a dip on the right shoulder at all. It's been firing on all cylinders without letting people in basically. Let's take a look. It's crazy how these moves can come back to the mean. Here, let's take a look. So what am I looking at again here? The green zone, red zone I like. Something to do with the right shoulder and the left shoulder though.
Oh, so almost looking at it like a blue line, but
Oh, the blue line up top. Okay, I didn't see that one.
well, no, like I didn't even see
Which
that
one?
one, but like the yellow channel there going like diagonally upwards.
Right, right, right.
Yeah, that one.
Testing
I
that?
just, well, I
Oh,
was just wondering if that like thickness and that angle, if we can multiply it, because I am seeing, yeah, I am seeing the different zones.
yeah, like it totally is trying to make that area.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where that tool is on my trading view. I know you've got it on hand, so.
Yeah, yeah, I keep it on the favorites bar there. It's called a rotated rectangle. We're on top of the blue and white line now, which is kind of intriguing. The red yellow line broke, everything broke. Now we're almost right back in the middle of the range. Like that POC is kind of very strange to me. It's not accurate at all, I don't think. The colors are all off to me, that's for sure. Because this is what it's supposed to look like.
We've just actually completed a 5-wave move up here.
Yeah, very crisp one too. It's a very crisp one.
It's the nicest one I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. Yeah. And for anybody that doesn't see that, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like we're undeniably in 5 different waves to get to the point we're at right now. Ironically, it doesn't have to work out the way that the textbooks say, but it is forming beautifully. Now, one thing that I do think that it does is it likes to come back down to the 4th wave a lot. So that could be something that we're interested in. Now, just remember how many times to get 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The 5th wave can be extended. And I know everything's perfect here, right? But Well, if it's perfect, then the first wave's supposed to be like the fifth. In the textbook, that's what they say. So. Or Elliott wave, it says.
Interesting move here is that 4-wave move that we had down, that little one. It's a miniature version of what we did up, the 4-wave move up.
Sorry, this one?
Yeah, like we did that big one in the morning on the way up.
Oh yeah.
That exact same movement on the way down at the bottom of this inverse, what we're doing right now. Like really small one. We did that 4-wave move down.
Oh, and then it kind of gets easier to move as it gets higher. Yeah. Like I like that. I like how it's like all like chopped up in the middle, and then it's like, oh yeah, you find it tough, and then it's easy. I'm like, well, that's how it's been. It's been literally like, oh my goodness, like it's teetering on the falling again, you know, because it's been falling, and then literally it gets easier for it to go up. You can see that it starts out with big pullbacks that are like this, and then the higher that it goes, it does less. Like I mean, like what's this one? That's not even a 50, and then it can barely pull back at all. But then it makes that big retracement on the whole move. Like I was saying before, it's basically like a bigger version of what we just did right here. Kind of like coming back to everyone that has the wicks and spikes at the low. Because look at what's below that point. You know, like you could say it's the purple bar. Like looking along the purple bar, I'm like, well, outside of the bottom of that purple bar, we have that spike and we have that spring. Just like we have that spike and we have that spring. I mean, sure, it had a spring here. It has another spring, but it's not as low as the bottom. This one had another spring in the middle too. If you want to be picky about it, it's true. You know, it did, and there was a big one to begin it, wasn't it? So it's true that that's what broke down that barrier, and it took forever, and it took all that time, and finally it got easier as it broke through that threshold. And it's like, you know, there was straight up B points untested here and here, and as a result of getting back above that blue bar, we turned everything into a support and stepped on top it and moved to every target, and then it pulled back. I'm like, oh, it makes a lot of sense, you know. Well, I guess it didn't get to every target, sorry. There's one left up there. Or sorry, two left up there. I gotta put an arrow on that one. Because I keep forgetting about it. Because it's hidden back in there, you know? At the end of the day, it's the highest B point on this entire move. Where that falling wedge failed from is where the report in the morning began from. If we could make it back to that point by the end of the day, that would be very intriguing. Because I refer to these reports like horseshoes, like they start right where they end, like that, you know? And it doesn't matter if it's down or if it's up, it likes to make that same kind of move. And I used to call it the Fed horseshoe. And basically, it can start right where it ends up. This is a little bit of an elaborate version of ending up where you've started, but it's not as elaborate as you know. It's not as different as what we made on the low. It's very similar in many regards. Multiple spikes. One of them that was the biggest at the front, and everything else threatens this flat top level that is marked by this cliff right here that we have basically in volume. Because everything that's done past that point is nowhere near as significant as what is done in that point. Like there's a heavy load of volume right there. There's more volume there than there is anywhere else on the chart, as a matter of fact. That's what that red line says. That's the point of control. The point that they control you, not the point that you have control from. Because it's a terrible spot to have control from. Think about it. So it's very interesting to think of like that. Because I'm like, well, it's a terrible price to be in from, as we know. So it's the point that they have control of the people, you could think. Because many people are in there, and they're in at a tough time there. They're not in having a great time. Like I said before, it's not like somebody's going to say at the end of the day, oh my god, I caught a position from this line. And they're going to say, what, long or short? They're going to squint their eyes and be like, what do you mean from here? And it's good? Well, that's great, you know. But that's tough. This is a good spot to have traded back to at any time in the day, but not a good spot to have traded from. Think about it. It's in the middle though. That's one thing that's for sure. And I don't care if it's right at the 50. To my eyes, like this is exactly right in the middle where it has shown us that everything has come to be even at this point. And I'm like, sure, maybe it doesn't look exactly like the middle yet, but maybe they're in the process of making it the middle. Exactly the 50. But yeah, it's pretty easy to say that it's in the middle here. And obviously we've ran up to this point. And it's so strange that we've managed to make this like 5-wave move again that has this kind of fluff on the top. You can see that when we broke the last major trend, this one began. And it's like kind of a smaller version of what was happening there. Like I mentioned before, sometimes the 5-wave moves begin from where the trend breaks, not from the very low. Because, or else how can you explain like 12 highs? And why isn't there a textbook page for when it does that? Because it does that. So I'm like, it's interesting. But it makes sense when you look at it in the terms of, hey, the waves before the trend break are part of the previous trend. And when we break the trend, whatever is new and on the other side of that trend is undeniably part of something that didn't exist before. It's on the other side of a trend that we've never seen before. So it's a new thing and it's a new direction and a new trend could be drawn on it. And, it was funny that when those 5 waves came to an end, it did that 3 drives on the top and ended up coming back to where? It was the 4th wave initially, where it gave so much trouble for people there. And I mean, I'm in the business of seeing it do this in the future. Like, I know what it just showed everyone is not that at all. It's like conditioning them to think that this is going to do that now. And I'm like, show us this again, and I bet you it doesn't do that. That's one thing that I think very wholeheartedly. That if they show this thing again, it will not do what it just did right there. It will go up again, I think. I think it's a very bullish pattern. And it hasn't been drawn to show that. And I don't care if it's smaller than what it was here, but we're going to get to see the next time that pattern forms exactly how it does treat it. And this is a small version right here where we're trying to get into the green zone. It's a very tough level usually. Like it would take a lot of control to break down this level and claim it. And the people that brought us there followed up all of the rules. Like they broke that line. They like flooded the gates with volume when that line broke. They were like, and you know what's funny? Is I know it's not an average person that drew that line because where did it come from? Do you know that line has never touched the price? Ever? And you know what that is? Is the 200% speeding it up. That line's never touched the price. It's not a trend line. Most people won't have it because of the fact that it's never ever touched the trend line. It was used to break out and it broke out. It was the thing that propelled the breakout in an abstract way that you can't find on the internet, which is beautiful. It's the way the market respected the moves right now, and I love that. And there was no time for anything else at that moment. And that's what I love about it. There was one agenda, like I said. And the agenda was to get on top of the blue and white line. I know it's tough, but that's the case. This is what it takes, right? I mean, I can't change that. And it's a bigger version of the smaller one. And I told everyone, I was like, hey, this one everyone could deal with. But when it's this one, oh my goodness, can't do it. Takes too much time, takes too much distance, takes too much something because people fold under the pressure of that big time. And I'm like, well, you go through one, pay yourself enough to be able to hold your stop at the extreme. You avoid trading this 100%. Unless you're absolutely so confident about when it's going to reverse, you're like, bam, let's do it, and you've got it, and you're confident, you know it, then you can do it. But no, if not, then you want to just keep the low and monitor and learn every single time it makes this pullback, understand it better and better, and then start with small size as you begin. But the change of the hour is coming up too, and I'm really interested in that change of the hour. Like the big players are playing the game right now, big time. Like this is their domain, 100%. You think this is average people that have went through all that trouble to get to here? No, they quit. You can count on it. This is too much for them, and that's why it exists, because it gets them out of the way. And when they're out of the way, look at what the market moves like. Because, or else, do you think this attracts people? Like, is this something that we think attracts more traders to being involved with the market? No, 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 no. it gets them out so that they're not in the way. So when they are in the way, they can put their sell orders up. And that means that anybody that's in has to buy them out. But if they're not in the way, then a small order that might have not moved the market at the beginning of the day can really have a large impact at the end of the day. And ordinary people won't be able to see this because they don't experience what it is like to trade with heavy size. But that is an appropriate spot for VWAP. I like that spot. It's right in the middle. It's an old one. And it's the edge of this node. Powerful move though, that's for sure. Absolutely incredible movement. Here's the red zone. Incredible red zone. We've got the need to potentially see the green zone again. No stops are safe above it. I don't care if it goes through the red zone first too. That's the funny part, because people would think when we see the green zone it has to be from the red zone. Now it can be, but if it pushes through to hit B points, it doesn't mean the green zone's not untested. It's never been tested as a support. They'll want to turn that into support. Look at that juicy node right there. How they want to step on top of it, they will eventually. And just let them move it beyond. And I would say it's not something that you really want to trade back to, but something that you don't want to drag your stop above, because in the event that it steps on top of it from here or there, doesn't really matter, but it's something that it likes to do. So if it likes to do it 70% of the time and you obstruct it from happening, you lose your position and your ability to sell when it goes through the VWAP at the top. And the idea is you can trim some off, of course, but it's a little risky for hedging and such.
Off the 261, John, to that B point down at 1330.
All the way down there, yeah. That's an interesting one. They have been, and it might work back down to the green zone, but I fear it getting on top of it, because these people, they mean business, right? Like, and they're clearly long. I mean, I wouldn't stand in their way, like, it's like tough, because it's not ordinary people doing this, that's for sure. And
how much volume past this point too, right? Look at the yellow and blue.
Oh yeah. Oh, but that's just from today though. The thing is I think that there's a good chance we double everything up.
For resistance though, right?
Plus the volume. Short term. And I like the idea of the need to come back to test that node. Like it's something that, and I mean the node is kind of cascading. Is it like, has it hit now? I mean, to somebody it has. At the end of the day, the biggest bulk of it is underneath the green zone there, and that's one thing that I think is, it's fine to step on top of it. After all, what's funny about that movement is it could be all the way from up here that we step on top of it. Like if we go,
I'm actually looking at like this as a bigger W.
Yeah, it was just like
spring on the whole day, pretty much.
Exactly. Like let's go back to one of these other W's that was like really effective, like this one right here. Does it not look like that? Or it has like this like under it doesn't really have like much of this going on. Like it's got that kind of W to it. It's got a lower X point. Like this. Where you can see the W is like that, and it's but we could still be in for that though. That's the thing. All of this movement right here is subject to doubling to get us up to there, and that's the way that it was here. Easily more. How it went 2 and then a little bit more. Don't be surprised if it was a 261. Easily. Oh no, it was, oh yeah, 261. Wow, look at that arrow. Like it got right to that 261. So you can see it. That's how it's supposed to be. and maybe it does more than double. Maybe it gets to the 261. After all, the other one did. It is true. So I am curious about that. And I'm like, what about that giant triangle? Have we made the same distance out of both sides? Is there a chance that we come back to the middle of it? That's an interesting statement. Can't help but notice that huge triangle and the distance that it's made out of the top being somewhat similar to what it's made out of the bottom, but less. Now, I also noticed that it neglected the high, but what it did do is really interesting. It made an S wave. Sorry, I have to be holding control. An S wave like this. On that level, of all levels, to make an S wave on the whole way up, that was the level it picked. And I'm pleased to see that, to be honest, because that's where I put the gold level. So this would have been the test of the red zone on the other chart. Take a look at that.
Posted an idea there in the exclusive call for you.
Let's take a look.
It's a 5-minute chart.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, 5-minute W.
Yeah, I had those two circles there on the volume profile that are roughly about the same size,
Mm-hmm.
and we are at the bottom volume node that has a hole, but the same size one is at the 188 to the W that we just did a spike and spring to. But I mean, we're just hanging out at the VWAPs at the moment. If I zoom out more, the 188 area is actually the POC on a longer time frame.
Hmm. Over here. Oh yeah, no, I know that. I know that one. You want to know? We go up a bit, right here. That POC is right there. I have it marked as a red line. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to remove that.
Like 120, 130 points up.
Hmm.
Well, it's coming up the power hour here too, so.
Yep, that is the case. So we can see the 261 did a good job at bringing it down to the other side of the range, but that's about it. Just gotta let the dog out real quick.
We still got a pretty sizable gap here below.
The change of the hour.
See the 1 minute bouncing off the 15 minute on top.
Oh, let's take a look.
Distance.
Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, that's something, because we were in this situation not too long ago. Oh my goodness, that just reminded me something. Do you know when I circled this area over here, it actually was the time that it broke out again. It's kind of interesting. It did the same thing to break out the same way, and I remember saying that it was above where it was before, but also the price was. There was no divergence there. It literally just did the same kind of confinement area for the same amount of time and the same amount of distance. And I remember seeing that, you know, it's true that the orange line was generally low. Like it was crossing, it was within the red circle at one point. I know this one was at the high of it, this one was at the low of it, but it was generally towards the lower end of the range, and it made this kind of move. Now, we did just see that at the top, which is kind of disturbing.
Again, coming off that 261, right, to that B point double O.
Yep, it did come off of that, and it's inside of the green zone now.
You look at all the top 3 highs here today, they all came off at 261s.
Oh, that's interesting. It'll definitely end with one of them failing, though. That's the weird part. It's getting closer to that time too, closer to the time where the 61s pull back less, and I mean that's where I was going with the green zone pullback, is like the 61 might struggle to get through the green zone, but we'll see. I mean the blue and white line's pretty powerful at being a specific medium level as well, but it doesn't change the fact that there's an untested B point down there, and it's undeniably true that that's the case, that is the fact. But just because that's the case now, it doesn't mean it has to get hit off of one of these highs. It can be one of the later ones, which is interesting. I wonder if, because it's progressed so much closer to these B points up here, it could be interested in getting to them first. Very interesting, but what this would look like if it got back to that point is it would look like it would get back to the point it broke the trend. And it's like at the moment that it became exciting, everything comes back to that point. Well, it's like maybe at that point there's a green dash line at some point that causes that breakout, that means that it has to come back. Because I mean, I can't tell you how many times we've seen it come back to the point that it broke out, and I would like to see that, you know, kind of change, because that would be a huge thing. I mean, like, well, underneath the blue and white line we always like to come back or more. Now on top of it, we might not even come back at all. That's the interesting thing. Because I'm like, well, what else has changed on top of there? Well, we've got an M right now. The M's almost certainly came with W's every time, even if they were like crappy. It reminds me of the other side of the chart over here, where it's like M into W. And what that is to me is one way to just make a crappy triangle. It's very triangular when it does that. And like I think that that's a good mindset to have about it while it's doing it. And it even came back to the tip like that too, which is suspicious. I'm like, that's exactly what triangles do. And it's like, this could be one. And it could be one at the same level that we had one before. Well, that's interesting too. I didn't think about that. It is the same level. So the question becomes, is the next pop just going to be one that makes a B point? Because we're basically here. Oh, basically here. And if it would make a W, that pop means, you know, could get some flack before it actually reverses. But if they wanted to make it really difficult, what they could do is the same thing they did before. Oh yeah, that started there. And it came from an M. So it's just intriguing to see that that's the case. Not quite the same M. Not quite the same W, but it is an M. And this, what we could call a W down here. I mean, it is far, but it's the thing that's weird about it is how the B point is stuck on the left side like that and part of the inside of the downtrend. Like it's not its own B point. It didn't have to break the trend to make that point really. Or if it did, it was very minimal. And that's weird. We don't usually see that. Because it's like it did this and then effectively did that. And this to be considered the B point over that. I mean, it clearly is working. But if it is a W that respects this level, then that would be the B point. And and I would ask, well, if it doesn't get to that target, if it doesn't get to the B point and instead rocks through the top, well, what would have been wrong with it would have been this. Because this is the thing that's different. So that's the interesting part about that to me, is it's very different that doing that. And what I find interesting is that even if you consider this the B point, or if you consider this the B point, you put your B point roughly at the same level. So you want it to go to that spot. That's what everyone wants. But now we're at this blue and white line, and it's responding like it means business. And it was before.
Off at 261 too to the short-term M.
Oh, is that right? That's a good confluence. Yeah. Interesting. Now it's so weird to me that both of the 261s ended up coming back to that green zone. It's very strange, but that's the case. Not that the green zone really has much of a relationship with the 261s, but it certainly did there. Whatever. The instant inclination of both 261s was to come back to that green zone, which is strange. Like, I don't know how that could be replicated in the future, but it was the case. That's an interesting set of moves there today, I would say. Tomorrow I wonder if we're going to see the same kind of respect for the 261s that we saw today. I hope so, But how long could we expect it to last? That's the next question. That triangle up there is absolutely remarkably similar to the triangle that we had down below. I didn't notice that. And also the consolidation that we had out here is remarkably similar to the amount of time that it took to make the triangle, which I think is very strange, because that amount of time is like... Oh yeah, okay. It's how much it moved beyond that breakout. When it stopped moving with absolute conviction, it started to move a little bit choppier, and when it did that, it was like, to me, like it made a pattern that looked like this, where it was contracting into a tip, and then it started expanding outwards, kind of like an hourglass would be, in a weird way, very weird way. But I remember that because it's weird and it's different, and if it wants to do something different and weird again, well, it's not going to catch me off guard if I understand, the environment that it happened in before and exactly what it led to and what it came from and what other things can we consider? It's like, am I missing something? It's like, we must understand it. That's the name of the game. And to understand all of those facts about it, like these are the things that came before it, this is where it happened, these are the other things that were associated with the environment, and this is the time of day that it happened, and everything like that. Because come this time of day, it's true that 1400 really set things off again. I mean, how many times have we seen that? In the almanac, it must say that 2 p.m. is a heavy increase in volatility after much difficulty for the people associated before it. It's either it always seems to be the case that there's like some sort of multi-low zone and just absolute chaos of, it either makes new lows all the time or it can barely move. So it offers so little opportunity, barely any patterns form, where everything comes to a new low so frequently that it comes down to that moment of reversal, that one pinnacle of reversal, and it's about how we can be exposed to the trends that allow us to be for the target. So we know that at the beginning of the day, trading back towards the blue and red and yellow line there, that one was the one that was controversial. I made it blue because I said that it had to get back to it, and I said that I had to get back to it to make it into the middle, and it made it way more into the middle. Like if you think about how much more we've extended beyond that original channel, like it's actually intriguing me. How much did we extend beyond this original channel? Was it a 261? Was it like, we're at like a 400 right now. So is that going to be the new thing? Because like, look at how it went to the 200 right off the bat there. And then we ripped all the way up to, what is that, the 427? I don't think that's the important level of the day though. I think it'll get through that ultimately. This is like a fifth wave. Back to the blue and white line. Back to the low of the node, the bulk of it, where wicks and spikes have only existed past this point. Everything's been bought back up to the node ever since it's left it. Curious about that, if it will be the case that it continues. Probably. So expecting it to basically test this POC again is something we could be interested in the future, which is the red line going sideways. Oh, it just moved. Honestly, the other spot's fine too. The green zone. It is fine too. Well, that's not good. It brought it down. Doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. You can see how quickly the POC can move given the distribution of volume throughout the node. Basically, as it trades and fluctuates throughout the node, the POC can move and shift as it's about to again as we cross through the middle. It's got a little bit, like 15-second chart, you can see that there's like a giant M in there. And it's got a B point right on the underside of that M. Really, really, really kind of tough to see on the 1 minute. And does it get an M before, or sorry, does it get a W before coming back to the M? It's very strange. It's got a lot of space before it meets the actual downtrend, but this could close part of the gap. A lot of the W's we've made have been cut off at the B point. Like we've seen this today. It's like, what do you mean a W? It's like the W's have been cut off at the B points. So we watch that green zone. I'm curious about that. It's a small pattern, so you get to see, the data is really important. Is it going to cut it off on the short term? And every single thing that's different about it, we can see it'll shine a light on its respect for the level and the blue and white line. I'm like, okay, we're under that again. Getting back to that's not going to be a problem. Now where we came back to is the original fourth wave, which is strange, right? because it was designed to basically only come back to the fourth wave in many other cases. Like I said before, when we do a 5-wave move, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we can come back to this fourth wave and then do it again. And like, what does that mean? Well, this time the fourth wave doesn't look like that. This time the fourth wave looks like this. And look at all that crap above it. And sure, what did it do? Did it come back to the fourth wave? Yeah, it did. And exactly the same kind of concept that this does. It came all the way back down in a 5-wave move to get to the fourth wave. Just like it does here. Oh, just like it does there. And basically what I'm saying is, what if it stacks like the old times that we get back to the fourth wave, and it stacked? It became the staircase to heaven, right? That's the idea. It really does look at it looks at the heights, and you really look at how far we can get going. It's up in the sky, so that's why I reference. Because I mean, if this is one step, that's a mighty step. What's the next one going to look like, right? If we do another one, or what about a whole staircase? Where's that going to lead? Well, certainly up to today's VWAP. Well, that's not today's VWAP, sorry. The VWAP I was considering from the beginning of the day, should I say. That level. Where I said at the beginning of the day, everything will return back to that point. The report is the red zone. If it gets back to that report, every single bit of selling pressure that there has been since the report will have been bought up. That will be intriguing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take an alert. I'm going to take this line right here. I know it's not a B point, but it doesn't bother me. I'm going to put that on there, and I'm going to make it an alert. Because I just look at it as a matter of time before everything's bought back up to the level it was sold off from, because of a report that really has minimal impact. 2 weeks from now, I don't think there will be a human being alive that will remember the results of this report, or will feel the economic impact of it. I don't even think the average individual will feel the economic impact of any of these reports, to be honest. Even one of the big ones, like, it's tough. They don't really change the price of things very much. Like once or twice a year maybe. But most of the reports, they don't. Like out of the dozens of reports that are released every week, they have minimal impact. Most of which end up right back out where they start, before the next thing begins, which is undeniably not associated with that report. This line's getting a lot of attention. I feel the need to make it red yellow. I don't know. I'm gonna make it red yellow. Can't be underestimated, at least. That's that's what that's telling me. That line means business, and we got to take a look at it. And it seems short term. I'm like, oh, it's true. Will it propel things further, is the question. Because the one thing that I see it doing is potentially doubling everything that it's pulled back to get to there. And at that point, does it break out? Because that's what it did last time. Well, I'll tell you, not really, because when it gets to that line, it's technically the same design as the other one. At the moment, oh geez, the moment it met that consolidation, it was from that high, right? And then it met this low. I guess you could say this. And then it met that low right there. so particular. Why? Did you know that the relationship between this bar, the high and the low, is exactly the same? Like, well, hold on. That bar is the same as here. This line might not be exactly the same, actually. But the purpose is the same. The construction is the same. The time that it spent pulling back is exactly the same from the moment that it met that bar to the moment that it met that low. I couldn't help but recognize that distance was exactly the same. And you can see that from where it begins, the relationship with that blue, green, and white line to the time that it ends is very similar. And why I like that time is because that was the time that it made change last time. And what's different about that is, you know, I guess it's not too different. Hold on. When it went up, it made an inverse head and shoulders, and I remember talking about how crappy looking it was, but how well it worked. Like, look at that thing. Like, this pattern, it's supposed to look like this. Oh, it's supposed to look like this. You know? This one's a little bit looking like it wants to be a 3 drives pattern, so be careful with it. And I'm like, the funnier looking one had a better chance of working initially. Doesn't mean the red yellow line's not going to break though. But this pattern can fail first. And that's really messed up. It's kind of cruel that they would do that, you know? Why would they make this pattern fail? For it just to work out, like, it taunts the people that are part of it. I'm like, well, if you're in from the bottom, you don't have to worry about taking a risk or sweating buckets like they do.
The third drive would be like an equal third.
Like the distance between the two would be like the same. I like that. It could, yeah. It could just graze the low as well. Oh, and it just reminded me as I look down there. I'm like, what about 4? I mean, when does it ever do 3? Today. It's only 4. I'm like, if it doesn't, can't forget about the 4th one.
Sometimes it'll like fake out the inverse, and then everyone thinks, oh, it's like, you know, we're past the 88 point, oh, we're going down, and then all of a sudden it goes to about 95.
And then it reverses, yeah. I found that countless times today. It's ridiculous. Let me look at how the SPY ended up doing it. Did it go down farther? Yeah, it did. Okay. So, well, it's interesting because here it took this low and came so close to it, and then it broke the trend. And I stopped looking at it at that point. But this is what it ended up doing, which is a huge inverse head and shoulders. Like, it's got giant left, giant right, and giant head and giant right. I'm like, these levels, they are definitely similar. And I'm like, the distance that's beyond is the head.
The only explanation that I'd say, if we're not going to do a 3 or 4 drives here, I mean, we are slanted. Like, we're a bit diagonal off this very small inverse that we're doing.
On the NASDAQ.
At the, yeah, on the NASDAQ. The angle that we made, and now the neckline is started to do it with the shoulders.
On the short term, sorry? Or the big? Okay.
Very small inverse right there. You see the angle that the neckline is above there?
Yep.
If you clone that line, it'd probably be the angle that the shoulders are at.
Yep. I also noticed that it is this angle from before too. It's the same angle from that channel. Like those 2 first highs down. It's the same as these 2 first highs down. Well, hold on. That's interesting. That is weird. This line. Oh, that's not the right line. That's the right line. So strange. But like what I see is it came down out of the symmetrical triangle and up out of the symmetrical triangle just to end up right back in the middle of the symmetrical triangle. And
Yeah, I posted my idea in there. Very small inverse.
Okay, let's take a look. Sorry, 2 seconds. Oh.
I've evolved that angle.
Let me see it here. Sorry, I was just typing. Let's take a look.
Could also, put another zone on the top there as well. Would slide probably quite nicely into that empty volume node above.
Oh yeah. Interesting. I like that. It reminds me of like a regression channel or something. You're using that tool? Or
Yeah.
nice. Does it split it in half, or did you make 2 squares?
Oh, I made 2 squares, and then I
Oh,
just
okay, okay, okay.
on the top as well. So
Okay, nice, nice.
just to kind of show everyone, hey, we're in the middle, even if it looks like we're going down.
Man, that really reminded me of a pitchfork because it makes that little middle line, which is so interesting to me. I wonder if it would be applicable to like this movement here. Not particular. Not particularly. Okay, that's freaky. When it makes that middle line the high like that, what's up with that? That's really weird. I don't know about that. That's something. Because that's the middle line I was telling you that yours kind of reminded me of when I saw that, you know, that middle area. It reminded me of the white line, and the white line's readjustable, like so that it can show the middle. And like, okay, hear me out on this one. This is weird too. I got to take some of the other stuff off the charts just to be able to show you, but like look at this low right here and how it came right down to that red line, and look at this high right here and how it came right up to that red line. Tell me that's not absolutely precise as anything, and it's the exact same distance on both sides with absolute precision. That's messed up, in my opinion.
It's working really well on your fib channels, and it is still working with my old fib channels from like a week and a half ago. It's like if we're failing patterns and doing weird things and like leaving before we should be, it's like maybe we're just working off fib channels.
Yeah.
And it has no like there's no rhyme or reason for some moves within the middle. It's like, I don't know. Because fib channels are working pretty interestingly these days.
Yeah. Is that it? Oh geez, now I can remember it. Nice. This chart, I like this chart. I like this chart a lot. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Also got to keep in mind the imbalance is coming up. At the end of the day, we get a report every day at 3:50, and basically 20 minutes. Market like this. Yeah, it's crazy. Today I've had to think so much. I feel like I need to have a coffee at the close just to like not pass out.
It's been moving
Yeah, it has been. It's kept me thinking. I'll tell you that.
There's so
That's
many
for sure.
possibilities that with these moves lately.
Mhm. Oh, that's weird. Do you see how that was a B point and now it's still a B point? That's interesting.
I'm also seeing the same angle that I drew on the very small inverse head and shoulders. I'm seeing it in the opposite direction, but on a bigger inverse head and shoulders on today, starting at 12:45.
Left shoulder at 12:45. Yeah. Mhm. Yep.
Same angle.
Oh, but like you see how that's like it's weird that the right shoulder is kind of sitting on top of the left like that? Like it's trying to be like that. And I can see it's the retest. It's an effective one. I like the idea of it blasting through the top. But the one thing I wanted to apply on here is those pitchforks because there's not as much going on. And I mean like that's just insane to me. What is up with that?
We just did a third drive as well with a bullish divergence on the 15-second.
Like did you know that if I take this chart back in time though, like if we go back in time to here, this provided those levels in advance. Where's the play button? It provided these levels in advance for the market to use.
Awesome.
Like what the?
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. That's huge. Cool.
And I'm wondering if there's like a 4-hour fib channel that we're still working with. You know what I mean? Like if we can make it from one side to the complete other side of the fib channels on a 1 minute, can we do it on like a 1 hour?
60-minute. Yeah, they could be in play there, but it might be a little bit more. I'm inclined to draw them on here. We could have just sniped the low there. Hold on, let me see.
Well, we did on my larger fib set, but I've actually got them started at the bottom there on the left.
Oh, it'll be the inside. Yeah, that's how it treated them. So it's like that. And it doubled down. Took that entire range up there and doubled down. But you can see that it respected it so much that it retested it like that. Just like a normal trend break. And I mean, there was no trend break. I guess there was a trend break there. Let's take a look.
Can't you put the fib channels like lower down there? Like start
That's a nice trend break.
bigger angle?
That's where you have them, no?
Yeah.
You have them like this, that, and this. Which is really impressive too. I mean, like okay, what yours tells us is that it came from this point here
Mine looks a bit different. Yours is lower.
and doubled up. It can't. It's impossible. How can it be? It's mathematically it has to be the same. Show me how it's different. If it's different, does yours not end at the 200? If it doesn't, then why doesn't it? Because that's where it's supposed to end. Okay, let me see. Because I'm curious now. That's really weird if it doesn't end there. Because I mean, this is how it's supposed to move, as far as I'm concerned. It's like it took one portion, it doubled it on top of itself, and it came back. Like you can see, its inclination was to create this, and it was the size. Like it was an N as well, and that N we saw again, and that's so interesting. That was a 5-wave move. The N that we saw again. I love that. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's just the 0 mark where we were today. Mine's higher.
Oh, is it? This is the hourly though.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the hourly.
Okay.
I posted my chart. You can see.
Oh, let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Okay, let me take a look here. So yours is there, there, and there. But it poked through the 200 a bit. It did mine too, though, just a bit. But yours did more. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, I see what you mean. It's different. Oh, and mine poked through the bottom like that. But yours didn't retest. Oh, so it's kind of interesting. I don't know what to think about that. Is it, it's a different provider? Pepperstone? Yeah, it is. I'm not sure about that. What a nice move through the downtrend right there, though. It took it in, you know, and I'm like, all right, did it make an M into a W? Well, sure, it didn't go down without a fight, but it was like it made an extra part to the W. And in most cases, like what we like to see is just straight up M into W. And today it did that, and I'm like, well, is it so much different? Not really. It's the same thing. But it made an extra low. 3 drives in the bottom. You know what that reminds me of? Is 2 highs into 3 lows. Because these 2 highs are on the other well, oh yeah, kind of. It is. It is. But one thing that's interesting about the 2 highs, usually the second high is higher. So when we do a second high higher like that, and then we go 1, 2, and 3, it's like a head and shoulders effectively failing. Like that pattern right there, that's a pattern you won't find on Google as well, and it's a pattern.
I just meant for today's characteristics. Just today, it seems to be doing forward, and I mean,
Oh, well, my point was going to be is that it ends up with 1, 2, and 3, and 4 in this sequence too. Yeah. Except the one thing that's today did is this high is equal, so it doesn't look like a head and shoulders. But you want to know what my original point was going to be is that these 2 original points are on the other side of this first trend break. Like they're on the top side, and the other 3 lows are on the bottom side. So that's why it's 2 highs into 3 lows, and it's a bullish pattern that makes a head and shoulders fail. Like I went over it already today, but this is the just really quick the oh, I still have it open there. Okay, so 2 highs into 3 lows. This is the other time I explained it. Whoops. And you've got the 2 highs into 3 lows, and you can see the market did it so clearly right there too, where it had 2 red highs on the other side of this trend break. Oh crap, I can't really draw on it. Oop. But then it made the 3 green lows, and it just rocked on all cylinders, and you can see that's how it was down there, and how I wanted to see it down there. 2 highs into 3 lows, but the first two highs are on the other side of this trend break, and the 3 lows are on the bottom. So I'm like, oh wow, I love that. I love it when it does stuff like that. It's great. It's so clear because every single part of the sequence has a purpose, and at no point is it out of line with the sequence. So it's like a question. It's like, is that how it's supposed to move when it does that? I'm like, when it's in one of the sequence that it enjoys doing so much, it's like, God forbid you prevent it from doing it. You know, because when it's doing this until it's done, right? I mean, yeah, sure, it has a little bit of a weird angle to it in there, and it's not exactly the same W we've always been used to, but it is the same thing. Like, okay, what does it do that's different? It gives us a B point here and a B point here, which is still a B point roughly here in the middle. I'm like, oh, God forbid you prevent it from going back to that point roughly in the middle. I mean, like, well, what it means to me is I'm like, I can see the B points are so close to the high. The trend break was from right there. If you put your stop loss above that trend break, it's suicide to the position. It's very, very bad. I wouldn't do that ever. It's asking to lose the position, and that's risky because then you have to take another risk to get it back if you want it back, and that means that you might have to take a risk in an area that you don't want to take a risk in, like the middle, and that means that you might just have to scrap that whole trade and not have to, wait till the next beginning, because we always have the choice to settle for what's there or to decide to be patient enough for the next new thing, because the next new thing is going to happen whether we like it or not, and time's not going to freeze on Wall Street. Of course it's going to happen. People will make money on Wall Street and you can count on it, and they're not going to do that without movement. And it's like whatever movement there is we best understand, because it seems to be their movement now, and it's very precise and very mathematical and calculated. And I think that this is a way to reduce the risk, by constantly keeping it moving in technical analysis, and by technical pattern to technical pattern, by to clarity to clarity. You know what I mean? And that seems to be the way they run things. And I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. At least that's the way I look at it, because it's not like they don't run things, or else what? Is it just all the people that don't know what they're doing at the same time collectively making it this precise? It doesn't make any sense. It has to be the work of the people that know what they're doing. So it's very clear. And I don't want to discredit their work either, because they work hard to make sure that it's so precise. It can't be an act of random nature to get such precision as well, and that's like my third argument towards it, which is fine. And now I'm like, well, we're in the business of making W's all day long, right? And they've hit the B points all day long, except for the one that we have at the bottom. And it's like, since we've gotten on the other side of this blue and white line, or since we've been associated with this move, it's been really not interested in doing it. Wow, look at it get to that green dash line as well. So it did break the red yellow line and immediately got to the green dash line, just the same way that it did last time, because it had the same relationship, the same trend break, and it broke out exactly as it should to get to that level. Beautiful movement. Also, I did make a video today, if anybody hasn't seen it as well. Not to say you've seen it yet, because the market's been open since I've released it, but it well, I released it at 9:15 today, I believe, but it is the video on the all-time high, the current all-time high that I believe is going to get knocked out. But it is the how we caught it. It was 800 points from the top, and that video shows the beginning of that move and exactly every single thing that I said about it. It was the last day of last year, and every other day since then has been extraordinary. Like, some days slower than others, but no day have we not taken off over 30 profit targets. Like, what day have I not hit over 30 green dash lines? And to this day, every single green dash line that's been plotted this year has been hit. And the ones that aren't hit on this chart right now are still in play. Like, they're still, we're still in the trend that got us away from them, so beware of that. Either that, or we're returning to the ones at the high. Now the imbalance is something that's going to come out soon. But yeah, I'm proud of it getting back to that green dash line up there. I didn't trade that one either, but I do like to see that it works exactly as it should, and that's representative of it doing exactly what it should be doing. The W created to get exactly to where it should go, and that's a nice one. And it looks like the other charts too are really, what is it? ND. No. NDQM. Hold on. NDQM. Okay, so I've since removed the other trend lines, but that's okay. The imbalance is coming up in 5 minutes. B points still remain up top. There's two of them actually, but 2 seconds. It's an impressive day, though, I must say. Very, very good. Very, very good. Yeah, we saw one of these today. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Let's look at this for just 2 seconds. Like, I know that it's something that's new, and it might be disturbing to see that, but this is one thing that I think that is incredibly similar. 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5. And then it went up a lot, right? Okay? Can you feel me out on that, right? Because it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it went up a lot, and it came down, right? And it was done that. It moved up a lot, like that, right? And then it came down into 1, 2, 3, 4, and broke the trend. And in the series of movements that we have here, this is very similar. In terms of the first 3 highs are formed 1, 2, 3, right? Those are the first 3 highs here. And then we get this 4th one, and it's farther away. That's a check mark. That's all it needs to do. Like, all of the components that exist in here exist in there now. So we have 3 highs, and then we make a 4th, and it's farther. What else is there that I'm missing? You know, it's like, that's the deal. Then what do? We came all the way back down to test that first point, right? We did that. We came back down to test that first point, roughly. And then what did we do? When we came back to test that first point, did we not rally all the way back up to the top, up here, like that? There's barely anything left on there, right? It's like it got a small haircut. That's it. And then basically it fell all the way down, clearing out every single one of those 3 highs and cleared them all out, right? But while it was doing that, it did 1, 2, and 3, and 4 lows before it broke the trend that sent us up. And it did make 4 lows. They were smaller, but they did come after the dump that retraced back to the high, and then they broke the trend on that 4 lows. Every single thing happened again. And it was smaller size, sure, it didn't look the same. But I'm like, all right, give it a break. You see how this portion right here is 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we go up. And that's one thing. We'll take that as one component. And that is the component that we see on this side. Everything's done at that point to this point, right? Everything is finished and completed to that point here. Done everything. Now, the next thing that happens involves us making 1, 2, 3 lows. So you could look at that as this. 1, 2, 3 lows. When we made those 3 lows, did we not leap off of it like that? Like we leapt off of it here, just to come all the way back down to a 4th low here. So is it not true that, if this is the divider, and this is first low, second low, oops. This is the first low, second low, third low, and then we made the 4th and rocketed. So this is the component on the other side of the spectrum. So what am I seeing here? It's not exactly the same in every single regard, but we're crossing that high and hitting B points like no tomorrow in that smaller range. That's the entire report sucked right back up, eh? So at that moment that you heard that alert, sorry if that hurt your ears as well, because you can turn on the stream volume. It's not my personal volume, but it's this volume for the video. TradingView has its own volume, and yeah, it's tough. But the idea is basically this sideways movement is down 1, 2, and 3 with a fourth consecutive low. 1, 2, and 3 and 4 with a consecutive high. Everything happens on each side as it did. And when it finished this fourth low like that, everything was done. You know, it all broke and went up. And that's what it did here. And I'll post a picture of this because I don't think that this is something that many people will be considering. It's kind of advanced. Basically, those are terrible circles. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, if this is this can happen in a very, very strange way now. Clearly, it's not exactly the same kind of clarity that it was before, but it does have the same kind of points from every single move that we have here from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then an extra 3, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, oops. But it makes an extra 3. And basically down here, it makes the same kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then it has an extra 3 moves. And like on the schematic, it's the same way. Where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then the extra 3 moves are the really large ones. And it does it on the other side, where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then does the 3 extra moves that are the end of the trend. And you can see that this is how we make these 3 highs and this extra one, and these 3 lows and this extra one, all across a flat bottom, all across a flat top. It's exactly inverted. And we saw all of that happen here, except no flatness. Every single move broke in sequence of the trend. Every single, third high formulated a 3 moves after that got us to that 4th wave. So every single time we made those 3 consecutive lows, we made that extra drive, and it worked just like that. This is another time that it actually did just this, where it decided to make the 3 highs on the top first, just like it did here. 1, 2, and 3, just like those. And then the extra 4th one was on the top, and that was this one. And then it made the 1, 2, and 3 lows on the bottom with this extra one. And then it fired on all cylinders all the way through everything like that. Absolutely insane. And it did that. Like, or I'm crazy, but it absolutely did do that. So I'm like, well, definitely we have to be looking for it again. And I'm glad I drew it out earlier because it's something that I think we're going to see a lot more of, because you can count on the fact most people haven't found it. It's complicated. So we will look for it more. And it's the case that this consolidation was divided by these 2 trends, like that. And I keep showing this because there was a chart that I keep showing, and I keep showing it because it was kind of messy. And there's one thing that I was trying to show on that chart, and it was the fact that we moved everything from one side to the next side of that chart. Just like that. The green arrow separated by a circle, left with exactly the same green arrow. But
I also found another interesting thing with the volume profile. We spiked below the volume, we spiked below the POC, the same distance as if you took that distance and put it on top of the POC, it's roughly the 188.
Interesting.
Like just doubling the whole move is kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, it's like we've basically tried to make this kind of move, and we're interested in putting it out of the top.
Yeah.
And it's separated by a triangle that literally had an S wave to end it. So it means, you know what that means when a triangle does that? It's really funny because at what point in the triangle that anyone was trading were you safe from the dip that it made at the end? And at what point in the triangle was anyone safe from the blast that it made right before the end? Because it all came back to the middle, but not with anybody from the inside, because they all got stopped out here or here. It's a very cruel pattern. But if they're trying to guess which direction it's going to leave the triangle is incredibly dangerous, because what it means is you're almost certainly going to land in this node. Your position will exist there. And look at what the market did around that area. Like it took that entire movement and it put it on top of that level. So anybody that's positioned from in there is having a really tough time. It doesn't matter if you're long or short. And look at all the people in there. That big node right there, that big blob is essentially showing us that all of the people love to trade in there. And that's never been the best price. It's funny. It's like that's where you'll land if you buy a mutual fund, though. I bet. You know, it's like, well, they're clearly not going to get the best price. You're going to get in here. Most of the people that just trade at the bank and stuff, they're going to get that right there. You know, it's most likely because think about how much time it spends there and how much time it spends at the best price. Very minimal time. You know, people wait all day, and what is it going to be down at the end of the day or at the beginning of the day? I mean, usually the middle of the day, most of the people will be trading in that big node right there. Seems appropriate at least. So that's the close there. Quite a day, and hopefully you guys had a wonderful day. And I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings, and we'll see what the overnight session brings, and I'll let you guys know if I see anything. Hopefully you have a wonderful evening.
Sounds good, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime.
Take care.
Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, have a good one. You too. Take her easy.